Hello, everyone. Believe we're going live right now. Uh, Hope everyone's doing great. Happy Tuesday, and we're gonna talk some price action. If you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. As always, uh, everything is good to ask. Crypto-friendly channel over here. Price action, crypto-related questions, technology, technical analytics, fundamentals, whatever you guys want to talk about. Just don't hesitate to ask any questions or bring up a topic. That being said, let's get into some Bitcoin price action and look at what's developing here for probably, I think, the coming weeks. And let me get this thing right here. Okay. Well, everybody, all right. So we had a pretty bad Monday, and we're double tapping the lows of that. We started to really climb out of the hole yesterday. Probably ended the stream around here. I'm not sure. Can't can't exactly remember, but we're double tapping. We have a series of lower highs, kind of forming this descending triangle-like structure. Um, oh yeah, hold on, let me do something. We gotta make sure that the you guys can hear some music. It's too loud, let me know, please. Yeah, okay, so we are double tapping that low area, but um I think we're bottoming our way out of this hole. I honestly think like 60K is the bottom for now. This is my current belief, okay, based on the information that I have. I believe that 60K is the low, and we're dealing with, some serious. Hold on, I'm on an hour. Sorry, guys. Let's go down to a 5 minute. Look at that bigger picture. Okay, so we're actually off to a great start today. Um, okay, so we ground down a bit further. So this was yesterday when I was streaming. Yeah, it was still pretty bad. Sure. We're finding our way back to a horizontal resistance area. It's interesting. It's interesting. This horizontal resistance area. It was support, kind of failed support, but bounced back. Failed the last time and broke down. That's definitely a bearish structure for a short, for a 5 minute chart. Seems to have played out already. We're probably going to have to spend time fighting this horizontal now. That's just the unfortunate thing. Um, that former support is going to act the same way, or traditionally does at least. You have a situation uh, here where we have one, two, our third point of contact is where we broke, or let's say we broke under and sustained a few candles. Another point of contact broke. The strength of a horizontal. It really depends on how many times you hit it in how short of a time you hit it. So in a very short period of time, we tapped that thing and it just fell through the floor down into the mid 62,000s, where things are actually. I think the big picture is looking real good because we have so much robust liquidity down below that range, the 60K and below range. Okay. Cool. Yo, what's up, BP? What's up, dude? MJ Moonbow, dog. Yo, funny enough, I was actually like, as people were tuning in and stuff yesterday, I was like th remembering everyone's names, a lot of people, and your name came through my mind. I was like, that's the name that I remember that I haven't seen yet. Good to see you, brother. Happy to have you here, man. And yep. Oh, hope you've been well. Hope you've been well, brother. Yeah, and BP, fucking what's up, brother? So yeah, you guys, I'm really convinced that like 60K is the bottom. Like there's just so much robust liquidity down there. Um, we have fat walls now, stacking up in that lower region. Uh, oh, oops. Yeah, I need to do this real quick. There we go. Launch rolling. All right, 60,585 pack, 102 pack at 61 flat. So those round numbers, it seems like the 500s and the, 1000s seem to have the heaviest stacks. We got a 500 that's pretty weak here with a 34 pack relative to everything else. But obviously, as we get closer to the top of the book, we should expect something like that. The majority of the orders at front top end of the book, um, probably these three big orders. And you can see this very slight angle to this. That means that there's a fall off. This is an aggregated book as opposed to a standard just wall by wall book. But we have, you can see that the distance between this high on this sideways candle and the distance between this one isn't very much. That means there's a liquidity pocket. And we can also clearly see it here with point shit fuck dust Bitcoin and a couple whole numbers. Which isn't to say that isn't a lot of Bitcoin, by the way. I just call fractions dust and small fractions shit fuck dust, and then obviously whole numbers are whole numbers. Good to hear you again. Moonbo says Bitcoin 57K is my liquidation area, but guess I'm fine. I would bet dude. I think that's actually a great bet, Moonbo. Um, I honestly think that's a good bet. I think this is a good area, like for dollar cost averaging purposes and for conservative position setups. I think this is a great area. If you set up a nice little conservative position at this low 60K range, mid 60K range, it dips a little bit. Okay, maybe you can add a little bit of leverage, to bring your break even down so you have some wiggle room there to breathe. Just basically any trade above 60,000 flat. Assuming then that's under the I'm currently operating under the assumption that we're going to get a bounce about like get a great bounce. I think we're going to get potentially even something crazy like a new all-time high by the end of the year. Who knows? So I'm betting, well, I'm bullish right now. Like I'm bullish. I'm betting we're gonna get out of the 60s. I think any time between, now and 60K was probably the best buy. Low lev, if I bought at 65 and it dropped to 62, if I got in at 2x, I'd add another 2x, drop my average entry down 50%, and now have still a conservative position, a 4x position, at a conservative, like at a really, really steep discounted Bitcoin, 50% off relative to all-time high, roughly. And yeah, it's a good position. I think it's a good position. And then if we go up and then we, find a higher low, and really confirm that we're on our way up and out of this fucking mess, then bam, that's when you slap on another 10x, let that thing ride, and then now you have like a really good trade. A lot of people don't realize that you don't need to like, empty your fucking keg on one trade. You can definitely stagger in. Um, and that's almost exclusively how I trade. Maybe the exception to that would be in a trading competition where under extreme circumstances where it's like, people are 100xing and you only chance for you to win is to take risks, extreme risks. That's about the only exception to my rule. But uh yeah, so yeah, Moonbo, it's interesting. What do you base your technicals on, if you don't mind me asking? If you wouldn't mind sharing. Obviously, we all have our secret recipes, but yeah, I'm just curious from other technical perspectives or fundamental perspectives, why people are bullish or bearish. Um, you know what? I should probably text. I need to find out what Socrates has been doing. Yeah, I want to get Socrates on ASAP. Because if we really want to know what's going on with price, that's one of the best guys that I trust. Um, and I haven't talked to Fibbo Swanee in a long time. Maybe we can get that old show back together again. Parallel channels mostly, trying to find them. Interesting. Yo, what's up, Charlie? Ha, Charlie Sheen. Using a new tool, buddy. We got some new order book tech. Hey guys, let me show you around the new place, huh? Check this out, dude. This is fucking crazy shit. You guys ready for this? I'm gonna make sure my camera isn't blocking anything. There's like a little mini cutout of me. I don't think it should be blocking what I'm trying to show you. Okay, so let's say we need to identify the strength of this wall right here. Bam, let's click on this thing. Now we have, this thing will start to show you the wall is weakening, and it's weakening as a result of a pulled order, 4.2 Bitcoin, added 3.7 Bitcoin. So we can watch this on a graph where it started, where it ended. Peak was 52 Bitcoin. All right, and we are weakening, and oh yeah, there was going to be a system refresh or something that I might have forgotten about. If this thing gets slow, that's probably why. Um, but yeah, you can see like added pulled orders. None of this was liquidity that was absorbed. I'm not seeing filled orders here. This was nothing happened. Crazy. But what did happen was there were adding and pulling of orders, which peaked at 52 Bitcoin and is currently sitting at 17.88. So now we're at the top of the book. Let's drop this aggregation a bit so we can check this out. Something like a $10 aggregation, maybe a little bit more fun. So let's do this. Current 6.48 down to 1.5. Added pulled. So there's a pulling, added pulled. 310. We're a couple bucks up. 310. So liquidity is falling off. Usually, I would say as price moves up, liquidity should fall off, usually in an attempt to chase the most competitive price, which is the top of the book. So, no surprise there. I thought you were deleted from YouTube. Good to see you. Yeah, I was. I was deleted, and I was gone for a long time, and then I came back for a while, and then I just kind of got complacent in some other things I was dealing with. Was doing another thing, and that didn't work out, unfortunately. And yeah, I just kind of was like busy for a while, and just now I'm just like, all right, let's get back to streaming. I'm behind a computer all day again, anyways. And we got new tech. Fabian hit me up about a month ago saying, "Hey man, I got some new tech. Check it out." And sometimes you need that jump start, something exciting to get you back. And this is new tech. Like this is crazy fucking data, dude. Added pull, we can know exactly what's going on, and we can identify where these fucking whales are playing games, wash trading against themselves, all that kind of shit. Where I think that's what we're building into. This, um, yeah, this is what we're trying to build into. We're trying to build into an identifying system where we can make our trades based on what these market makers are doing. And I think I've had some experiences that have taught me a little bit more about how they think and operate. So I'm looking forward to working with Fabian to put that into a chart, in a visual form, even to the highest degree, to the most secure and sure degree. So we'll be getting, there's obviously some fine tuning that needs to get done for some of these signals. This is still a work in progress. This is day 2 of me showing this to you. This has been, obviously worked on for a lot longer than that, but yeah, we got some stuff to tighten up, some nuts and bolts to crank, put some fucking Teflon tape on some of them bitches and screw them on tight, you know what I'm saying? So we're getting all that. We're gonna keep working. But for now, you guys can check the links under the video. To anyone that hasn't been around or anyone that's new, you can go ahead and join the Discord community below. You can check out Ghost Trace and the link below the video, as well as the Telegram community. It's right down there. And please hit that like button, guys. Always appreciate the love. Always appreciate the love. Okay, so as far as and like look at this other new tech. Like, we see so much information here. Look at this, dude. Oh fuck, I didn't save it. Hold on, let me pull this up. Where is my, oh shit. Oh shit, it's not here right now. I think we had to do something. Okay, let's just get this liquidation heat map back up. There's like I said, there's been some we're trying to figure out also this requires a lot of power RAM to run. Um, so we're also kind of figuring out some things to make this run on the majority of computers. Uh, okay, so we'll get to that. We're working on it right now. Hopefully it'll be a fix that can be done. So yeah, we're obviously some good stuff. Oh, let me get my RSI back. Yeah, I need to save this now. Save. And let's get my RSI to 17. It's going to be 17 or 13, but let's just see how price is moving right now. Oh, guys. Yep, there's a lot of new tech, a lot of new tech. Oh, that's cool. All right, what do we got here? Oh, Prater, what's up, brother? What's up, brother? Good to see you. Saw you yesterday. Good to see you back. I am doing an update to the system. You could expect some errors. Oh, shit. Okay, so cool. Updates on the way. Awesome. That's some fucking quality right there, guys. So yeah, we got some new tech. We got some new tech. We're gonna be digging through a lot of this stuff. We got a whole order history for a lot of these things. Obviously trade history. A lot of this stuff is gonna be changed. Filtered, customizable. Um, Clearly, tons of customizable options already. Different exchanges. Interesting. Beautiful. Coinbase, Bitcoin. Obviously, multiple aggregations, which is nice. Most exchanges, I think, are down to $1 at the lowest. Some might still be a bit lower, but um, that's not really a huge deal. We don't need to go down to pennies. Even $1 these days is so low. It's like $10 is what a dollar used to be. So $10 aggregations are pretty low. I usually deal at this range in $100 aggregations. So we'll just monitor this wall at 300. And we're climbing out. We're starting to treat this resistance, I think, a little aggressively here. We got 3 points of contact. We did have a candle close above. We're starting to fight our way back and hopefully get a candle close above just again. Draw like a horizontal line where that resistance would be. I mean, it's the yellow line, basically. Wherever the yellow line is going, I mean, there's wicks, there's bodies. But this range, we got to break out of this range. We got to get above 64.5, in order to start playing around again with some, less threatening scenarios. Yeah, we had some serious stuff. There's just been so many cascades of sell-offs, and someone was talking about the Bitcoin dilemma, like the internal Bitcoin war. All right, we got a refresh. Heat map is updated. Let's check this out. Oh fuck, did I save my settings? We got some nice, uh, beautiful stuff. This is typically things that exchanges would show their 24-hour volume. You get all that right here on Ghost Trace. Beautiful. Um, this is great. So yeah, parallel channels. I love parallel channels. Those are I think those are probably the best time to trade Moonbow. Just to get back on that topic, like my favorite time to trade is a channel. That's you probably have like we were just talking about points of contact on that trend line, and a parallel channel kind of abides by the same rules. You have two trend lines, one where price won't go below, which is a horizontal trend line, and we just need this chart to update. Maybe I can give you some better examples. But a trend line going horizontally, representing a bottom, and a trend line going horizontally representing a high, and in that channel, you usually have a median, so you have like, a kind of a mid-channel bouncing range. And those are the best things to trade. I love channels. I absolutely love channels. I don't want to be in one in the 60Ks. I wouldn't mind if we're really channeling between 68 and 75 or something like that, but for a few weeks before breaking out. But yeah, I'm with you on that one. Big fan, big fan. But yeah, I think we need to step into a better position. Right now, things are still a little sketchy. I don't think a channel down here would do us too much good. Price discovery. All right. Let's go back, dude. Let's do this. Let's do it, guys. We're going back on the daily, and we're doing it. What is this blue thing? Hold on. Blue line. All right, so maybe it's because of horizontal I drew in. Where's our lowest point? Oh shit, this is all the way back in 24. Oh man, I haven't looked at a daily chart in a while. It's crazy how much history. All right, as we all know, I spend my time in smaller time frames. So we have like a widening. We got higher highs, kind of peaked out. We got lower lows into higher highs into lower lows, and this is, I think, largely Jeffrey Epstein related. This one, maybe it's Bitcoin war related, BIP 110 related. I don't know. I still need to look at history, dates, and all that kind of shit. But for now, I think this is maybe fine. Over exaggeration, whatever. This was stupid. Just very stupid. And yeah, let's see. As long as let's see what the price discovery. We have a lot of price discovery here. Tons and tons of price discovery. Yeah, dude, we're solid. This is why we're so solid. This is probably why we fucking came down here. We came down. We had no price discovery in the 70, 80s. We had a little bit here, so we have like mid-grade price discovery at best in the 80s, 90s. Mid-grade, mid-grade. Combining these two. But you have to understand when combining these two price discovery ranges, you have to understand there's a bit of time that distances those two, the two times that we spent, weeks there. Yeah, this is interesting. We're just widening. We're going down that way in one trend line, and we're going up this way in one trend line. It's ugly. Ugly. Here's price discovery. Here's price discovery. I'm just circling so we can know that's like the price discovery that we've had in the past. We have a ton of price discovery here. Weeks. Similarly here, without much time separating that packet. We went up, no price discovery, curled over, back into a very weak pocket of support. Just wasn't enough. Fear. This is fear right here. So we had a lot of support in that range. Once it was broken, tried to hang out in the previous support level. Tried to climb out. Jeffrey Epstein came along and said no. And now we're at another support level. Dude, like the narratives being how they are and times when they are, this is actually fucking perfect. The whales are drinking fucking water right now, dude. They are eating your corn. Anyone who's selling right now, I think, is a full-blown fucking retard. This is insane. Tons of fucking price discovery here. This is awesome. Yo, what's up, Gary? Good to see you, brother. So I'm just looking at the daily, which I haven't done in a long time. This is actually convincing me more and more that we're actually at a bottom right now. This is tons of price discovery. We have from, at this price range of approximately 65,000, we have, or let's just say above 60, roughly February 29th of 2024, 2 years ago, is when we got up to this level and stayed above it, had a dip into the 40s. We haven't come back to this price range in about a year and a half, something like that. Long time. We have a lot of price discovery here. No wonder. And I was talking about the set and forget positions and the strength at 60,000 in the order book and the last week, and it's all making more sense. This is definitely the accumulation range. This is all going to be accumulation, and they're going to draw this out. I bet we're looking at another 2-3 weeks of this. I think I keep saying that, but I'm going to keep saying it, and then next week I'll say 2 weeks. Fair? All right. I'm going to start deleting shit. Oh yeah, look at those deletion skills. Damn. Try doing that. Bet you can't do that. Okay, at 60K, we got 1.3K Bitcoins. Yeah, dude. I mean, the fact is simple to me. We were panic crashing. We ran into 60,000, probably where a ton of stop losses were set, and there was liquidation bots running fucking wild, and all that shit was going on, and 60K held the line. The reason why 60K held the line, which when others didn't, is because it had such robust liquidity that just the triggering of stops, which is normally enough to really fuck up a wall, buy wall, like when you're crashing down and prices moving violently, and you have stop losses that tend to land near the $500 marks or the $1,000 marks or even sometimes $100 marks, and you got these stop losses, but they largely group up in big round numbers like 60,000. So 60,000, I bet, had a fuck ton of stop losses, a whole fuck ton of stop losses. And all those stop losses triggered, and it still couldn't break the wall. Not to mention the fear that was going on, that was capitulating, convincing people that they need to immediately sell their corn. So we had all kinds of shit. We had all kinds of fucking fear going on. It was nasty. And here we are, out the hole. Well, at least on the other side of the worst of it, above 60K with a hold. And we got 1.3K Bitcoin sitting there. Dude, this is the accumulation zone, guys. Trader, we got to find out if there's some way we can figure out what's up with that wall. I can't go down in the book that low. Ideally, I don't know. Is there any information we can gather from that? So Okay, oh yeah, I can probably put up the liquidation heat map. After a refresh, I think I gotta do. Go to like a 5 minute. Okay, so we're just waiting for this to load. But yeah, dude, you guys, I'm so convinced we're at the bottom. I'm like 90%. I'm 90%. This got to be the bottom. I think 60K was it. I just don't see it. I don't see another crash. Once this chart gets back up, I want to spend a little bit more time on that daily. But I'm just getting more and more convinced as I look at that daily chart that everything that this was all planned. Everything was planned. It's instead of going parabolic, they just capped it out earlier and capped it out twice, ran it down, accumulated. I'm telling you guys, all that white collar, like BlackRock getting involved just means white collar fucking, um, you know, manipulative strategies are far more gangster, and now they're in play. Those guys got a lot more money, and all it takes to move a market is money. And just to, throw this out there, if anyone has any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Any thoughts, any comments, any topics, let's just keep things active if possible and hit that like button, hit that thumbs up. And thank you all for the love and the support, and click any of the links below the video for connecting, staying connected, of course, and obviously Ghost Trace. The link to Ghost Trace is below the video. The ETFs are not seeing significant outflows. That's a good thing. I mean, didn't they really go heavy in the high 50,000s? I remember something like BlackRock's, at least their first buy, or maybe their average of their first buys being something like 58,000. Could be wrong on that, but I think I'm close. And I don't know when they kept buying at what price, but 58K is stuck in my head as BlackRock. Yeah, Gary, I think we're watching what's happening. I don't think we're in an organic market scenario right now. I think the organic liquidity is extremely low. I think this is mostly market manipulators moving price, wash trading, and sweeping up the small packets of retail liquidity that exist. Obviously there were liquidations, and obviously there's a lot of people involved in the market. BlackRock's average is 80K. Interesting. Interesting. Good to know. Thank you. Fidelity is 58K. Thank you, Gary. Perfect. That's very useful info. Um, both of which can probably afford getting their heads dunked underwater for a couple years. But I think this is an inorganic market. I don't think there's too much stuff going on that's real here. So I think the crashes are just coming from narratives, and it doesn't take much. If the market makers are stacking these books with liquidity, and then they pull all their liquidity on the buy side, and a news article comes out that Jeffrey Epstein is tied to Bitcoin, and people fucking sell, well, there's no liquidity there. They can pull their orders. We see this happen all the time. We see orders get filled about 5%, 10%, 20%, and then they get pulled. They don't get filled entirely. The majority of orders that get pulled from the order book are not the result of being filled all the way by an opponent. It's largely the result of getting filled a small fraction and then pulling the order and then the aggregation dumps. There we are. All right, well, we got our chart back. And everyone's cool with the music. We're chilling right now. Moonbow set another order around 60K. 59K is the bottom of my giant long-term channel. Interesting. Breaking 60K is dangerous to me, only because it has so much robust liquidity there. I don't know if there's a lot of pain behind, pushing a little bit lower. I'm just not sure if there's like crazy, I think the max pain happened, and I think the max pain in euphoria cycles are important to observe here. I think the bears, people that thought, Bitcoin is going down and all that stuff, and were right in the hundreds and the 90s and the 80s, those guys were all right. We are lower than we're at 60, 65. So the bears are fucking stoked. They're probably like, yeah, I was right, I was right, I was right. And that's a euphoric position. The bears have just experienced a 50% drop in price, and they're convinced they're in a state of euphoria. And the market, fear, greed. It's clearly an extreme fear scenario. And those are typically reversals, psychological reversals. Um, Now it takes time. The funny thing about Bitcoin, we've talked about this a number of times, is that as price goes lower, people become less interested in buying. That's the exact opposite of general consumer psychology. And I think this will take weeks to really build our way into some confidence and buy our way out, get some retail involved, because obviously you have to. But these these uh these guys can just move price wherever they want, and it's usually going to be fueled by some sort of fundamental kicker. Hey Garrett, Gary? Are you still gaming? Uh, yeah, Moonbo. I think there's bigger players, man. I think there's bigger players. I think we've known for a long time presidents don't do shit. Uh, there's definitely shadow governments and corporations. Like, think about how much of our laws are defined by money, lobbyists, big pharma. Um, it's I don't really focus too much on all that. I think there's definitely some big fish, and markets are crazy and they're easy to exploit when you have the financial tools, knowing where everyone's orders are, and then you have all the money. I mean, dude, that's a cheat code. Great cheat code. Marvel Rivals, Gary. Interesting, interesting. I've been playing um what is it called? I've been playing Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders has been my freaking banger lately, dog. Yeah, so I think I've seen Marvel Rivals. Isn't it like kind of like Overwatch? Um, and I stopped playing Call of Duty a long time ago, man. The cheats were getting out of control. It's no fun to get to the top and then die from some weird dumb shit. You can't do Arc Raiders. I know the games are gonna be a problem for me. I'll tell you what, man. It is a good problem. Elite Dangerous. I play Elite Dangerous if I do so. I've never heard of Elite Dangerous. What type of game is that? I tend to go RPG. That's like probably my favorite genre. Action RPGs, and I really liked Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if you guys played Expedition 33. That was really good. Okay, cool, Gary. Got it. Yeah, I haven't. I've seen clips of it, I think. Then Expedition 33 was fucking phenomenal, guys. Any of you gamers out there? The music was beautiful. Even if, let's say, you don't want to buy Expedition 33 video game, um, you can watch, like, on YouTube. Just type in Expedition 33 cutscene movie, and like even that's fucking good. So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of games I like and play. Um, Space games. What was the last space game? I think it was Eve Online. I was in Eve Online for a long time, and that game was kind of confusing. Like, I had one guy that I met in outer space playing that game that taught me everything I knew, and then we both stopped playing for like a week, and he never came back online, and I had no other way to contact him. So then I was like, shit, man, I can't do this on my own. It's too confusing. So I fucking quit. That game was big back then. It was huge, confusing. That was a long time ago. Looks like we're starting to reach for those grapes. We're reaching for those grapes. Yo, what's up, motorist? Good to see you, brother. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm gonna try something real quick, guys. Let's try to close the browser, come back in. Charlie Sheen, dog. You caught that one, dude. Charlie Sheen. Yes, in fact, that is. I'm so happy you fucking. I'm so happy you called that out right now. That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna go back to screen share. Yep, that's hilarious, man. I'm glad you called that one. Um, yo, man, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing if I'm quoting Tito Ortiz, right? Sus, sus at best. That dude, isn't he like a fucking mayor or something now? Like Tito Ortiz, obviously great fighter, but I don't think I've seen too many dumber people in my entire life. But I'm not like a hater. He's a goat in the brain. Yeah, exactly, exactly, Charlie. That dude has some fucking damage. It's like kind of sad, but he's like so confident when he says things, and it's been so long. I love like all his old interviews where like him with Chuck Liddell are interviewing on like a mainstream media station, and he's saying like the weirdest shit about being matured, but he's like young, but he's he was so confusing. It was hilarious, and Chuck Liddell is just like looking like at him and then looking at the anchor and just being like, oh, what the fuck? Like that shit was hilarious to me, dude. Tito Ortiz is pretty unintentionally funny. Tito is the goat. You know what worries me, dude? It like Justin Gaethje worries me, man. I think just I really hope that Justin Gaethje doesn't have any brain damage because sometimes he sounds like a little just mumbly or something, but that could just be him. I really like Justin Gaethje a lot, and I hope that he's he's had like historically been a fighter that blocks a lot of punches with his face and eats them and fucking still punches you and knocks you unconscious. Justin Gaethje's amazing, but man, he's taking a lot of damage, dude. I hope that dude. I hope he's taking some lion's mane mushroom, making sure that brain stays strong. But yeah, I do also kind of agree with you. This Tito Ortiz low IQ thing, man. I think it's because you can't have that many clips of trying to sound eloquent while but sounding completely and totally retarded. It was like Joe Biden. Like him and Joe Biden would have been a great team. Reaching for those grapes, and there's a little violin. Okay, yeah. So Justin is likely going to end up with some CTE. I think he doesn't even care, to be honest. Love the fight game. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we all respect the warriors that have put on the shows that really gave us made us
excited as all hell. You know, how many times did Gaethje do just unbelievable stuff, dude? Legendary career. All right, we're still all right. This is kind of ugly, reversely looking candles. We're coming back down. Yeah, we're probably gonna. That's a nice bullish engulfing candle. Nice climb. 1 to 4 candle pull. This kind of looks like a TD sequential right here. Let's see here. Yeah, this is a good reversal. A little pullback. I still let's see. Um, I still can't like him though that much after this many years for what he did to Tony. Oh, damn. Look, that's a big thing, Charlie. That's a big one. He's done that to a lot of people, man. But yeah, Tony Ferguson was on a tear. He was supposed to fight Khabib. Khabib was ducking Tony. That was bullshit. Tony hurt himself that afterwards. That was unfortunate. And I think, man, the fight that I think we really needed but never got was Prime Tony versus Khabib. We really needed that fight, and we never got it. That was probably one of the biggest missed opportunities. But whatever. Oh shit, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I think I don't really have anything against me on that, so I think I'm in the clear. But yeah. I was just looking at that structure. It looked like a nice, sequence of upward trajectory. On a 5 minute chart, how important is a TD sequential? It's not the greatest thing. 15 minute, you're probably better off, but just saying, for a short little, pullback, that's fine. We had some nice movement on this resistance area. It's starting to show that we're ready to fight it. We got there. We had a nice wick. It's okay if we reverse a little bit and rebuild. That's fine. That's totally fine. But yeah, um, the Tony Ferguson scenario, dude. That's a sad story, man. Probably one of the saddest stories in UFC. But then he goes on to fucking um, then he goes on to be a great boxer at his age, and I'm glad. I'm always happy when I see fighters making money. I'm always happy. Like maybe I don't like Jake Paul because he was choosing retired UFC people, and who Anderson Silva, he was like not. Yeah, I guess he was great, known for his striking, but Ben Askren was a wrestler. Like, what the fuck is Ben Askren doing with boxing gloves on? Um, like, that was a weird fight. Nothing against Ben Askren. I'm glad he got paid. But it's like Jake Paul was fighting all these freaking guys that had a great career once upon a time. But and then then in the boxing world is weird, man. I don't even know if these people actually got paid all the money that they said they got paid or were supposed to get paid. There's all these lawsuits going on. Everyone keeps complaining. So I don't know, man. But yeah, I always like seeing these career fighters getting paid, to do their thing, and they're very passionate about their craft and their art. So Tony Ferguson, I'm happy to see that he won his last boxing match. Yo, Mexican motherfucking Hasselhoff, you dirty motherfucking dog, dude. Where the fuck have you been? Where the fuck? Jeez, man. I miss you guys, everyone, dude. Oh my goodness. I'm happy to be back because of you guys, dog, honestly. Seeing Motorist here, Charlie, fucking everyone, Moonbow. There's still like a list of names, like your guys' usernames in my head of like people that I remember that I know I'm gonna see them one day and I'm just excited. People that I've met in person that we hung out in Mexico, like Motorist, for example. Me and Motorist have seen each other just about fucking everywhere. Um, just a bunch of states, probably a couple countries. Uh, You know, it's this community. We were really tight. I think once upon a time. Yeah, we need all the motherfuckers coming back, dog. Everyone come back. Yo, sound the fucking horn. We need to sound the horn. Get everyone back. Smoke cigars. Do push-ups. We need to fucking win trading competitions again and fucking all that good shit, man. Yeah, dude. A lot of you guys I've met in person, you know, and we've had great times. We've fucking smoked cigars. We've fucking played chess. We've ridden quads. Um, yeah, hell yeah, motorists. I moved to a different place than where you last saw me out here. But yeah, my door's always open to you. You know that very well. Um, yeah, I gotta say my life is quite a bit more boring. I I like bowling a lot though. Bowling is like one of my favorite fucking things to do outside my house. Like if I'm not gaming, like obviously I have to spend a lot of time behind a computer, you know, for crypto shit, but I really like going to the bowling alley, and I'm in a bowling league and stuff. So that's one thing I really like to do out here to get out of the house. Yeah. No, it's all, dude. I hear you, motorists. Don't dox. I'm definitely not trying to give out too much information, but we both know someone with time and energy, if they want to do something, they'll figure it out. And yeah, I mean, as you can see behind me, it would be a very bad idea for anyone to try to come to my house unannounced. There's about 50 different ways for that to go wrong. Uh, and those are just some of them on the wall right there. So we also have my my desk gun. You know, we got just in case we need something and for immediate action. We got this already, you know, so we're a-okay. We're a-okay. This is a beast right here, this beauty. Oh yeah, she's so slick. Oh yeah. So yeah, we could go shooting and stuff. Yeah, so Moonbow. I didn't own a Desert Eagle, but I did go shooting the gold-plated one, and that one was pretty fun. I will tell you this, I was expecting it to kick a lot more, because my old YouTube and Instagram, I posted some shorts, and I was shooting that 50 cal Desert Eagle, and that thing was a beast. It was nice and heavy, so you were able to absorb that shock. Um, that it was just a really well made gun. I felt like a very good gun. I like yeah, I like heavier guns. I mean, obviously I like my Glocks, but with something like a 50 cal to be shooting out of that Desert Eagle, that was really nice. I'm talking the action was just smooth. It was very very beautiful. But obviously that's, you know, what I think you're looking at 7+1 mag capacity, and that's probably more than enough. But I like the Glock. I like, you know, I got this thing with the 30 rounds. I got the Glock extended mag, um, right behind me. You know, I got a few things over here, and I prefer a little more wiggle room. I would say is the best way to put that in terms of ammo capacity. Started watching the stream, Charlie says, because it's very uncommon for a crypto stream to not be lying and scamming left and right. Hence, I stayed. Well, thank you, brother. And yeah, you know, I agree. That's actually largely why I started doing this. Uh, was because there was so much bullshit back in the day. I had a problem with it because I was really trying to build a life for myself and become a trader, and you know, we know some of that backstory of, you know, hating my 9 to 5 type job, and then I went back to school and I just wasn't doing well in school, but you know, I was at my computer and crypto came about, and I was like, dude, you know, when I stared at the chart, there was the order book, the depth chart, trade history, and it was on GDAX, and obviously the price chart. And I was like, dude, if I stare at this shit long enough, I bet you I'll fucking figure something out, and I could turn money into more money. And then once that started happening, and I started taking notes for many months and started trading successfully and stuff, that's when I started to realize like a lot of people are trading, and you obviously wish the best for every trader, but these people are posting crazy results on Twitter and showing screenshots of like really, really a lot of trades, all profitable, and maybe a couple losses, and it's very rare to be consistently that good. We've seen me have my moments when, like the halving on live stream in May of 2020. I made 36 for 36 perfect trades, and that was all live, and that was all also recorded in the Telegram bot. Every time I made a position, um, yeah, so it's like I think transparency is very huge in the price technical analysis type space. Like you have to be able to make a call. And by the way, we just had our pullback. We're getting our first green candle. That to me is a good enough pullback, even though it's only two candles. That was a pretty big first candle. So just so you're aware, I'm looking at this as a potentially higher low, and are building into the break of the structure that's holding us down, the resistance line that was formerly support over here. Okay, so that being said, we're already really climbing out of there. This is looking real nice. I think we're getting out of the hole probably today. It's not quite the Bart Simpson retrace. Maybe we'll call this a sloppy fucking inverse Bart Simpson. But yeah, I think it's important, brother. To be honest, like, dude, at the end of the day, like, and I'm gonna. It's important to be honest because I think we need to understand that this life and all the lessons within it are achieved through the difficulties, or a lot of the lessons at least, the epiphanies, or a lot of them are achieved in like those most difficult moments. And as a trader, a life is filled with difficult moments, and you can really tell who's able to keep their hat on and stuff, and it changes you, it makes you better. And I think honesty is the only way to become better. If you are one person online and a totally different person offline, then I just don't really see that working out, man. I don't see it working out. I know a lot of streamers that make people sign waivers when they meet up with them and shit, to be like, oh yeah, whatever, not NDAs, and this is my character. You're not allowed to do this and this. No, man. I think that there's more of a value to, hey, we're all trading. You guys have seen me go through the pain, so that you know what the pain feels like if you weren't in the trade. If you were in the trade, you felt the pain. If you were on the opposite end of the trade, you felt the power. I think all that is important. It's all important. And the worst part about losing my old YouTube channel is all the historical data that was lost. Think about the times where like I got liquidated in the crash, the March 2020 crash. Like how valuable was that information? BitMEX crashing violently until they turned off the switch. Yo, what's up, Hurley? What's up, brother? Good to see you back. Good to see you back. Hey, Hurley, I know you took a look at Ghost Trace. What, did you have any thoughts? You can always message me on Telegram, of course. But yeah, there's some just a couple little things happening right now. But yeah, you can see right there, Prater is working on it. Yeah, it should show. But we'll get it. We'll get it. This thing's brand new, guys. This is brand new tech. We're gonna have to, obviously you can check it out. Right now, it's not like there's you got to pay for a freaking broken product or anything. Check it out, guys. The link is below the video, and feel free to check it out. Organize it how you want, and just see if it just kind of familiarize yourself with some of these things. You have plenty of indicators. You can play with the settings. I'm actually, my goal is to, before too long, have something really nice in here that I've adjusted, and have some presets. And on the roadmap, hopefully relatively soon, will be the ability to share the layouts. So before too long, right now we're more just looking at price. We can do the order book without signals. We can just look at the order book. That's fine. And we can use these signals for some sort of observation purposes now. But as I clean these up, then ability to the ability to share should be an option. Okay, yeah, Hurley, Ghost Trade looks good. Fiddled with it, settings a bit. I think it needs some tuning. Get it right. Yeah, 100%, Hurley. You're in on the ground floor here. Hoping that it's Fabian over there. He's working his ass off, man. He's working while I'm talking. He's working. He's trying to fix that one of those things right now. So Hurley, you could feel free to reach out to me too if you have any thoughts. I'm just curious to hear what your thoughts are. But yeah, this is a work in progress. This isn't going to be ready in a right now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So, yeah, it sucks that everyone plays different games though. We have I know Hurley, you play something else. I know you've been playing something else. This guy's playing Moonbow's playing Elite Dangerous, Call of Duty, and Marvel Rivals for Gary. We need like a game we could play on Fridays or some shit. Remember back in the day we used to do the poker nights with Tyler and freaking Tone and Patrick and everyone. Yeah, that was a fun time. Damn, that was a fun time. Just to think, we were losing tenths of bitcoins regularly, and that's now a $6,000 400 loss. It's crazy gambling in Bitcoin. That was fucking hilarious. We were always talking about it back then. Okay. Yeah, he's good, man. He's good. Yeah, man. There was like I feel like there was a lot of fun. We were having a lot of fun back in the day. We were getting together a lot more. I know I've been out of the loop, so I can't really say that like things have been whatever, but just like when I looking back on Twitter every once in a while before I forgot my password and I can't log in. Um, I just Twitter just looks so dead. All the people that used to really be commenting and saying stuff hadn't said stuff for months, and all the interesting disputes and dilemmas were largely just kind of within small communities and not really big things. And I just feel like the space has changed. But with this BIP 110 thing, I've like it's been many years I think since we've seen the Bitcoin community you know in in a tussle. Like after 2017, no one gave a shit about Roger Ver anymore. No one gave a shit. Well, some psychos gave, still cared about Craig Wright. Some fucking weird retard psychos that believed he was Satoshi. Unbelievable. And that lasted for a while, but it fizzled out quick, man. Like before long, their versions of Bitcoin were a tenth the value of Bitcoin, and then now probably far less, small fraction. Don't even want to look. Fucking bullshit. That's how dumb those coins are. But now we have another scenario where it's like never would have guessed, that the community that formed as a result of this massive split uh just years ago is happening again. I wouldn't that wasn't on my bingo card. Uh so it's time to see how that plays out. Some people, I think yesterday somebody mentioned that they believe that the downside price action in Bitcoin could have a lot to do with that the internal struggle of Bitcoin can have a lot to do with why price is going down. Maybe the uncertainty of which chain is going to be the new Bitcoin, and who knows, but I do remember last time there was a fork. I mean, there was big um yeah, I remember like there was big crashes. That was November, December when SB went live, wasn't it? Of 2017. November, was it? mid-November, 14th, 13th, 16th. I think it was November 15th or something. Because the day before, I had written an article about it for Block TV. It was somewhere around then. But yeah, I'm seeing that Hurley, that BIP 110 divided the community. I don't, I'm like reaching back out to people and finding out that there's this fucking, storm going on and people are mad at each other and this and that. I mean, I really hope people don't get mad at each other and stay mad. This isn't like Bitcoin versus Ripple, you know? I do see that there's, I've heard the complaints. Does someone want to jump on, like Motorist? Are you free right now to jump on and talk a little bit about your side? Or do you want to do it tomorrow? Tomorrow, tomorrow morning, uh, maybe do a stream about your side of BIP 110. Uh, and then I'll see if Tone can do Thursday. Yeah, you think like we need to get to this though. You down like tomorrow or Friday or something? Yeah. Uh, let's say it's 1 hour. It's 1:31 for me right now. We'll text. We could text. I need to go on Telegram and freaking respond, check out your stuff too. I've been so bad with Telegram. Crypto key, crypto Oki. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? Just chilling. We're watching price. I think we're starting to climb our way out of the hole a bit here. Obviously, saying that during a red candle doesn't sound great, but yeah. Just chilling, man. Just chilling, hanging out, kind of back to the good old days. Chilling with you guys and shooting the shit, talking price, talking life, talking games and fights, the good old days and fucked up governments and fucked up shit. Um, but honestly, yeah, life is good. Life is good, man. Life is beautiful over here. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, I know it's like I've been streaming about this time to make sure I can catch the Europeans and stuff. But I'm curious. I know like Hurley, you're over on that side of the world. Moonbow, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, you were over across the pond. I know Prater is across the pond. Charlie Sheen, that's one hell of an American name, though. Mexican Hasselhoff. Oh, dude, Mexican Hasselhoff, you gotta say something again, man. You can't just say yo. Oh, Colombia. Holy cow, dude. Man, only thing I know about Colombia is to be careful and not to bang any chicks you meet on the street. And I heard Medellin is like pretty expensive. like New York City type expensive. Okay. Damn. So Germany is okay. You're 9 hours ahead of me. Okay. I thought it was 7 for some reason. Hold on. So there's two. You guys got a big ass time. Hold on. In Germany, it's 2 times for you guys. Okay. Yeah. When I go other places, I don't really like just being like a tourist. Uh, I like seeing the land. The locals. Like when we went to Mexico and did our Bitcoin event there with Ugly Old Goat, the Bitcoin Standard Conference it was, and a few of us were there, quite a few of us, and the last 2 nights were at like a hotel that was like straight from the fucking 1800s, and that was fucking crazy. We had a great time. There was a band that brought instruments. Bitcoin Mechanic was playing a ton of instruments. He's a fantastic like at everything. And then what was his name? We had I'll think of his name. Then we had Giacomo Zucco's wife was singing. She had the voice of a fucking angel. Um, Nothing but good times, dude. I'm like, are there still events going on? Have you guys been to any events lately? Probably the last one I went to was Tone's event back in Vegas a long time ago. Poland, nice. Yeah, I had a great friend from Poland. What happened to your boy Blanchevich, Charlie Sheen? Um, Man, I thought who else has got that Polish? Do we have any Polish UFC fighters right now? Like, trying to think. Jan Blanchevich was pretty G for a long time, dude. I think he's getting a little old though, unfortunately. Damn. Nice. That's good, man. That's good. Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. For a while, I started gaining weight for a while, and then over the past few months, I stopped drinking, and um, I've been fasting a lot more and eating a lot better, and yeah, I lost like 15 pounds just from that. Yeah, I know, I know. Like, see, this is the thing, Charlie Sheen. What about that particular fight, Pereira versus Blanchevich? I actually agreed with the decision because Blanchevich wasn't landing anything on the ground. He wasn't landing like any damaging shots. He was just kind of putting them there. And I am a stern believer that you have to have damage. Like sitting on top of someone isn't winning a fight. I really disagree with that. I think it should be discouraged at every opportunity possible to try to get fighters to walk into a octagon, get mount, and just sit on top of you and lay on top of you and make it a boring 25 minutes or 15 minutes. And it's like Jan got Pereira down, which probably isn't the hardest thing in the book. But he didn't really do anything with those takedowns. He didn't land some fucking elbows or some heavy punches, and he has power as fuck. But Pereira is scary. I mean, clearly Pereira also has power. Oh yeah. Hold on. He fought for the vacant belt after Yuri vacated the belt. He fought Ankalaev, and that was a draw. And that was a very upsetting fight. And then they did like what? Jamal. They did Yuri. Oh no, they did Jamal versus Glover for the belt because Dana White was mad at both of those guys, Magomed and Jan. And Jan should have definitely won that fight, dude. Jan fucking dude, Ankalaev's legs were fucking purple. Yeah, Ankalaev's legs were purple. That fight went that's the draw I remember, and I was pretty upset by that too. Yeah, it was weird, man. That was weird. And then yeah, I think Jan recently had a loss, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember who against, but you know, I know, dude. He had fucking Ankalaev's shins and calves purple. I remember Ankalaev like could barely walk, and his only option was to lay on top of Jan. And obviously it worked for 2 rounds, but it was like, what the fuck, man? Like a lot of first round leg kicks are gonna pay off, and second round leg kicks are gonna pay off in the third, fourth round. Um, and then you gotta use that, and he didn't. You can straight up win a fight from leg kicks. We've seen a handful of those. Gaethje was the king of that shit for a while. Gaethje gets in real close, punches you in the face, and then fucking throws a nasty leg kick in close. Very unconventional. But yeah, leg kicks, I just feel like, damn, dude, you can really commit to those, and it's a hell of a working strategy. Nice. We're starting to climb back up. Hopefully get the body of this candle into some of that wick space of the previous one over here. I want some body up in here. I want to see some green get in that wick space. Yeah, yeah, dude. And he's big, dude. He's big. It's like, remember when he fought Dominic Reyes? How much bigger Jan looked than Dominic? And Jan, like, beat him up, dude, badly. Like, Jan has power, dude. What he did to Dominic at the time, I mean, Dominic had come off that loss from John Jones, and it was sad. Because I think that one was a highly questionable judge's decision. But overall, Dominic changed as a result of that outcome. So I think when he fought Jan, I don't know if his head was completely there. It's like Dominic Reyes, dude. I really was looking forward to his career. No way. Stopped out in profit, I assume. Guys, we got the liquidation heat map. We got the liquidation heat map. All right, this is some of the new tech that we were talking about earlier. All I had to do was switch over to aggregated because obviously there isn't liquidation heat map for spot market Coinbase. But yeah, here's your liquidations. If you're 55x at 65,650 short, yeah, A little bit risky, of course. If you're 10x, yeah, this is your safe zone. These guys got to get liquidated next. Would be my bet. And then someone, I think it was Moonbow, mentioned 59. We got a little bit of stuff down there. We definitely have a cascade on our way down. There's a lot of potential. Where are we at 6,000, 60,000, about 15x. From where if you went 15x, you get liquidated. At what? %, 10x. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the positions that were set in the 60 range are probably very safe. A liquidation from there is 10% down in the below the mid 50s. When you zoom in on the price scale, see the numbers. You can see these numbers here. Okay, yeah. Where's the cigar? We bottoming. I smoked an American Spirit Turquoise, which is my winter cigar when I don't have a cigar lounge. Mr. If This Then That, good to see you here. Good to see you here. I still have quite a few cigars, but these winters are fucking brutal, man. And I don't want to drive all the way to a cigar lounge and sit and smoke a cigar and then drive all the way back home. Yeah, and I think the bottom's got to be in. I just want to look at something here. All right. Here's our heat map. We've got a nice long beam here. Really should be the bottom. Don't see it at 20K again. I don't see it at 20K again either. Damn, that's a nice heavy long. Holy shit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Moonbow, I think you were here when we were looking at the daily. I'm pretty convinced that we have like a lot of price discovery here, and we're gonna be okay. I'm pretty convinced we're gonna be okay. We got a lot of orders. Yeah, you can see the resistance up here too, but this is pretty close to the book and it's pretty fresh, as you can tell. So it can't be too static. But this is exactly what accumulators would want. You know, they'd want people to keep selling into their liquidity. We have tons. Damn. Yeah, it's gonna be a long trek back. There's gonna have to be a kicker or something if this thing really wants to go nuts. A lot of resistance overhead. But I think we're gonna be able to cut our way through all that. It's just gonna take time. Saz, you ever use Tone's MRI when trading? No, I don't think. I don't think. Am I? I don't think I've used that. Was that the one after TD sequential? Like, damn, you got me thinking about cigars, man. I think if I was to pick one right now, Partaga Serie P number 2. Wonder if Tone will ever admit it was basically worthless for crypto. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't. There's really only one technical indicator that I liked. The main that I liked that I still like is MSR. If you guys remember Socrates, he created MSR, and that is like probably the best tool I think for trends on the 4-hour, maybe the 6-hour. But if I go to a technical indicator, that's pretty much it. I like other information more. You know, obviously order books are real-time data, so I like order books the most. I like the RSI. You know, I like a couple indicators, but can't live or die by those. But yeah, I'm just not sure. I never checked it out. But Tyler's MSR is when I really feel like I need a technical indicator, that's what I bust out. That thing has really, really captured some trends beautifully. And there was Gigatrend for a while. I'm not sure if you guys remember that, but that thing had really good presets. We had some good presets for a few different cryptos. Like basically the Gigatrend was really good for like you had to customize it, but once you locked it in to the right crypto, you know, like for example, if I was making order book signals for Bitcoin, they would be one thing, and for Ethereum, they would be another, and for another token, they would be a totally different thing. So Gigatrend was really good. That got you in some really good long term amazing trends. One good trade on that was enough to fucking retire. It was beautiful. Um, yeah. Let's see here. I'm retired off of green, two above a green one. Looking at a long-term charts of XRP, Stellar Lumen, Zcash patterns lined up as well, of course, then throw in Consensio and you're golden. Consensio, that's one that I haven't heard in a long time, which is moving average based on the weekly. I think it's what the 7 MA and like 7 and like 15 or something like that, or consent. What do you what two moving averages do you use for Consensio? Or was it 3 moving averages? Two out of 3 moving averages needed to be moving, trending upward or something for the, I think 30% of you to be okay. 7 and 30. Yeah, I remember it was 7 because that's 49, so that's basically your 50-day moving average. And yeah. So 20 and 200, nice. What do you think? I'm just curious. What are your thoughts long term on XRP? I just price wise. What are your thoughts on XRP? Um, Crypto, Oki. Jenks used 3, 7, and 30. Okay. That probably makes more sense. That's why 7 was stuck in my head. But yeah, and he used it on the weekly. Yeah. There you go. You said it. But yeah, yeah, he was the Consensio guy. I had never heard of Consensio until I met him. Not good. I think Moreno, Verge, and Litecoin are looking decent. That's nice. Yeah, those are all name brand tokens. Those have been around for a while. I haven't heard Verge in a long time, but it's funny hearing you say it. That brings back old memories. Um, Litecoin, damn. Um, and if anyone does sign up and check out Ghost Trace, you know, reach out, you know, let us know what you think. This is still brand spanking new, you know, so obviously judge it with be kind, but definitely be you know, any thoughts, feel free to share, and happy to hear what you guys are thinking about this thing. Obviously, we're working on it. I wonder those still exist. Honestly, some of them I do wonder. The anonymity tokens less so. I think crypto is changing big time, guys. I don't even think there is Bitcoin maximalism. I don't think it's the same thing, you know. Um, Unfortunately, the world has changed, and crypto is going to be everywhere. There's already shitcoins everywhere. Sky Miles, Fortnite V-Bucks, fucking everything. Um, Huge symmetrical triangle. Okay. I need it once tomorrow. I'll get my trading view. I have it, but it's like I tried to get it up and running yesterday, but I can't figure out why I can't load a chart. Hold on, I'm trying right now, real quick. Uh,
fuck do I found my old choice? How in the fuck do I find my old choice? Love my meme coins. Take a look at Verge. Wasn't Verge from a long time ago? Like years? All right, I can't figure it out right now. I can't figure it out right now. Solid, nice. Yeah, I think so. Back to the point. I think a lot has changed, guys. Like honestly, like we got everything, and everything is probably going to be crypto, and it's probably time to start acknowledging that. It's probably going to be a lot of options. I think for long-term savings, Bitcoin, and for money, store value, for potential medium of exchange, that Bitcoin is still at the top of the list, but there's still going to be a ton of shit. Anonymity tokens are probably going to go fucking crazy as the government tightens in and locks down more and more of these whirlpools and as they take away more free speech and fucking put people in jail and all that shit. Yeah, I just think Bitcoin has done things the long, slow, smooth, steady route and secure route, and that's definitely been wise for many reasons. But I think the anonymity feature is like really important going into the future. Scaling was always a big thing, but like I think anonymity is probably the most important thing. Like I think the world is going to go to shit. As much as things are kind of like whatever right now, I mean, as a US citizen, we kind of do the fishbowl thing where we don't really see much outside of the fishbowl. It's all, we kind of only know what's happening here, and media is all bullshit anyways, and we're getting fed a lot. It's all fucked, It's all fucked. And I bet you it's only going to get more fucked. There's no safe way to fucking avoid the darkness that's coming to us from these satanic pedophile elites. So, um, yeah, I think just make the calls, plan your life. Definitely hope to live till you die in your sleep at the ripe old age of 100. But if that doesn't happen, fucking in the meantime, whatever's gonna make money and put you on a farm where you can own your own chickens and fucking not have to worry about food if some shit fucking falls apart. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't give a fuck right now about just about anything else. Like, what's more important, Bitcoin or your self sovereignty? That's part that Bitcoin can be a part of. It's like tons of things can be a part of your self sovereignty. I think the biggest thing that everyone needs to focus on is how to make their lives better, how to achieve your comfort zone and your escape velocity from the matrix, and that's going to be probably. I don't think Bitcoin is doing any fucking 10x's in bull runs anymore. I'm gonna be honest, dog. It's probably the fucking Doge coins. It's probably the fucking new shit. It's probably these random memes. If you want to make some fucking money and you want to get out of your, whatever situation you're in, and you want to get some escape velocity, it's probably not going to be Bitcoin. But if you're buying Bitcoin for like a kid's college fund or something as a conservative, crypto investment, probably not in the wrong for a 20-year plan. Yeah, it's probably going to go up and it'll probably, that'll be great,
This all the timeline things that we used to fucking read and effectively worship, Bitcoin timeline tales or time traveler tales, and all this other shit. Bitcoin's supposed to be at fucking 1 million right now. McAfee was supposed to cut off his dick. All this shit, you guys, all these things that we've been told and we hope and we believe in. There's the truth is there's fucking powers that be that are going to fuck up all your plans, whatever they may be. So do what you have to do. Get your fucking cryptos. Get whatever the fuck it's called. And if it makes you money, pat yourself on the back, sell it, and fucking, you know, do something good with that money. Don't go to the club and spend $15,000 on a fucking bottle, and try to impress some ladies. Buy some fucking silver, buy some fucking gold, buy some land, buy some chickens. Do something smart. Stop, buy a fucking $10 hoodie on sale instead of the fucking name brand shit. Like there's name brands now that are worth fucking $60 for a hoodie, and it's complete and total bullshit. It's like, guys, you really don't need much. We really don't need much, honestly. McAfee was a fucking legend. Yeah, he was. I fucking miss him, dude. I'm actually sad that all those videos are gone. My interviews with him. That's the what I'm pissed off about with Google, with getting my old YouTube account, because those were two cool interviews, man. He was an interesting dude. Not to mention all the other interviews. There's like so much historical stuff in that old YouTube account that got banned. So many valuable bits of info. Um, but anyways, yeah, the thing is, I think there are tons and tons of things in crypto that are probably going to have very promising long-term futures in terms of price, in terms of development. Bitcoin's, on the top of the list. Ethereum's up there. Um, what's it called? Probably multiple anonymity coins are up there. I bet you anonymity coins are probably going to be more important than Bitcoin to a degree at a certain point for certain things. As I understand it, people are fucking pissed off and crying about this Bitcoin 110 thing, right? And look, I'm already getting involved, and I didn't want to get involved, but here we fucking go. Truth is, you can't fucking stop bad things from happening. It doesn't matter if you use a dollar or a Bitcoin or a fucking exchange your butthole in order for it to get some fucking fucked up shit done. There are a million fucked up ways to exchange goods and services for bad things. There's infinite ways. And okay, just because Bitcoin is potentially a place for bad things to happen, that doesn't mean you sacrifice the integrity of the code. It must always remain censorship resistant. A pedophile needs to have equal access to Bitcoin as a banking fucking CEO as much as a fucking pleb like me. But that's the power of Bitcoin. Everyone has equal power, financial power at least. That's just the idea of Bitcoin, right? And if you're paying money to put information on a block, and guess what? I don't understand what people are talking about pedophile pictures on Bitcoin. I don't get it. But I think it's probably far more complicated than people are making it out to be. If that was the plan, and I don't think that's what's going to really happen. It might a little bit. Or every weird fuck out there is going to fucking try to do some dumb shit on whatever good thing is created. There's always going to be evil in this fucking world. There are scientists that created an everlasting battery. It thought that he fucking just brought unlimited power to the world, and he saved you guys, and now we can have unlimited food. No one will ever die of starvation ever again. No one will ever die of cold or heat ever again. No one will ever die of this. And what will the government do with that fucking, or what would the person do with that battery? They're going to take it and they're going to fucking militarize it. They're going to turn it into a fucking missile that can circle the globe and then immediately drop on you when you say fucking faggot. And then that's the fucking, that's what happens. So I don't really like this whole BIP 110 thing. Let Bitcoin fucking do its shit. It doesn't matter if some people use it to do fucked up shit, or most people probably use it to do or normal fucking shit, normal human shit. And I don't think that just because fucked up people have access to the tech, that we need to change the protocol. That to me is, as I understand it, is my position. I am against censorship. I'm all for free markets. I always have been, and I am for punishment. If we catch a pedophile, let's fucking cut off his dick or kill him. One of the two. Or cutting off his dick will probably kill him. So yeah, we're fine there. All right. So punish the fucking pedophiles. Don't punish the fucking Bitcoin. You know, I think and if I'm getting this argument totally wrong, if my understanding of BIP 110, which is very very rudimentary, is off, then please explain it to me. Someone in the comments, please correct me. But that's my understanding. And yeah, I'm not gonna like fight with people over this. I might debate a couple times or whatever if I really get sucked into this whole thing. But I think we really need to fucking lean back as crypto people. It's we're not living in the flying cars future as predicted by 1970. You know, in 2020 we were supposed to be flying cars. In 2017 Bitcoin was supposed to be at 1 million. We were going to 100,000 back at 20,000, and then at 100,000 or at 60,000 we were going to 1 million. And you know what I'm saying, you guys? Like, fucking, let's all be real. Nothing has fucking played out according to plan. Nothing. The only plans, there's two plans that have been working. The devil's plans to get closer and closer to trying to defeat God, and God's plans to fucking put the devil's pride back in fucking line. Those are the only two plans that have really been going on at the end of the day. So yeah, regarding pedophiles and all these fucked up people in the world doing fucked up shit, punish them. I think we need to far more aggressively punish people. In fact, I think largely we need to get rid of jails. There shouldn't be people waiting to die in jail nearly as many. Like, if you kill someone, I think it's pretty simple. You are usually, like, let's say you're a person and I fucking go shoot someone and I kill them. Okay, well, I just took a potentially productive member of society with a future and I destroyed that. Well, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail, which means you have to pay for me to live, and you have to pay for people to walk me from door to door, and you have to pay for people to cook for me. You as a taxpayer, it's your job now that since I murdered someone, now you have to fucking pay all my bills. Maybe I don't get to fucking play on the playground when I want, and maybe I don't get my PS5, and maybe I don't get my charts and all that shit. Yeah, sure. But no, just fucking kill that guy. He fucking killed someone, and it's not worth the $36,000 or more. It's probably way more now a year to keep that motherfucker alive. You know, we just gotta, like, dude, there's way too many fucking cells filled in jail, dude, with living people that should be dead. I think there's a lot of fucked up shit going on. And plus, you know, we're getting the releases of all these files, and we're getting all these big dogs that are pedophiles that, you know, we're you know, like this Prince Andrew dude, and you know, like, obviously Bill Gates, fucking dude couldn't wait till his next visit to Epstein Island. That dude was going there every chance he could get. Tons and tons of people, man. It's very surprising to me, like, how complacent we are. You know, I hear about Bill Gates going to this place and people are pounding on his windows and saying, you're a killer. But then, you know, where's the person that fucking, we hear about, like, we know about the Charlie Kirk thing. We know about, you know, Trump multiple attempted assassinations and all these things, right? It's like, all the good people that realize the evil is going on. I'm still debating with this topic, by the way. Personally, I'm like finding it in myself. Like, where should I land on this? Should we be actively fucking going to war with these satanic fucking evil fuckers? Should someone have whipped out a pistol and shot that dude in the head, right? The answer, I think, generally among the consensus of people, being that he is likely a very, very deranged pedophile and also a depopulator of the world from his own voice, that dude deserves to fucking die, by my book. Like, if he wants to depopulate the world so bad, let's fucking start with him and all his fucking pedophile buddies. Let's start there. Let's get a clean slate. You know, but yeah. But that's the thing. The good people are complacent and we don't want to go out killing. And then you got, like, you know, potentially good people. You got really good people like Charlie Kirk that are going out spreading the gospel, changing lives, helping correct identity issues, and helping people, you know, talk their way through their struggles. in public forums, and I'm sure in private as well. Very, very positive human beings, setting an amazing bar for what to be as a man and as a woman in a family and as a kid growing up into this confusing world. And then the fucking the Jews fucking shot him. Second he fucking turned against Israel and started saying, Netanyahu's fucked, and just because Israel is whatever, we don't need to necessarily like their policies. Then he turns down $150 million, anal sex offer, and then they say, oh well, we got to kill him in front of everyone now, and then we got to clean the entire crime scene, and we need to have all his staff grab all the cameras and everything relevant and clean up the mess. That's what we're living in right now. The good people aren't looking to go kill these bad guys, but the bad guys are looking to kill good guys. That's fucking for sure. That's a fact. We've seen too many good guys go down. Like Charlie Kirk was that was a pretty big one. That got a lot of people pissed. The Jews that the Zionist Jews, those fuckers, Netanyahu, who were those fucking synagogue of Satan motherfuckers, they definitely do fucking kill Charlie. And just for the record, I don't dislike Jews, okay? I love everyone. I love everyone. What I don't like are satanic worshiping pedophiles that are trying to kill me. And those happen to be dudes that call themselves Zionist Jews. They are some of the top of the food chain people. I think there's not much to do, and people are, yeah. So basically, that's the point, We're I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Jesus stopped Peter when Peter struck the ear of the guard when Jesus was getting arrested. Jesus told Peter not to, and then he healed the ear of the guy that was hurt. But that was Jesus's purpose. That was a different purpose, totally different circumstances. Are we supposed to be fucking putting on our armor and marching against this fucking evil like today? Some part of me says yeah. Some part of me says, yeah, of course it does. But how the fuck are we going to do this shit? That's the big question. I'm living in a country where my government just went over to another country with 20 helicopters and jacked a president in front of his whole army, in front of a ton of his fucking soldiers, his elite soldiers. The USA with 20 fucking helicopters just stole the president of a nation guarded by an army. Right? What the fuck are we gonna do with these against the government? They had fucking 20 helicopters and took out hundreds of dudes that were skilled, trained. It's interesting. We're in it. We're in a different world, very different world. Yep. So, Moonbo, Kirk was on the side of Israel for a very long time, until about a week before he died, maybe even just days. But he was on the side of Israel. That was honestly, of all the things that Charlie said, that's like one of maybe a couple things that I truly disagreed with. The argument that a lot of these, Christians have is that, God blessed Abraham, that since in Genesis, there was a blessing to Abraham, eventually it fucking went and turned into this, that Israel deserves their land. Like, that's what some Christians believe, which is total fucking bullshit. You have to remember, when Jesus came, he basically kind of changed the Old Testament a little bit, changed the rules a little bit. Jesus fulfilled many prophecies, but he one of the things he did was those Pharisees were just effectively, like those were the Jews. The Pharisees were the Jews. And Jesus was killed by them. So I like, yeah, I don't really care about where they are, and this is like yeah, the funny thing, all right, so if we're talking about homeland, so like the temple, they believe like their homeland because that's where it was in the Old Testament. Moses didn't make it, but everyone else, the other ones did, right? They got into the promised land after Moses died. And then they built the temple, right? And then the temple was destroyed. They prophesied, they something happened. I'm going to have to go back to my history book for this, but they built a second temple, and then Rome kind of conquered them or something like that. And Jesus came. Now that temple wasn't destroyed yet, but Jesus came, and then the temple was cracked. The veil of the temple was cracked. So then on that area in Jerusalem, the Jews believe that they need to build a third temple. That's their promised land. That's why they believe that. That's where they need to build their third temple, where their Messiah will come down. The thing is that in the Old Testament, all the talk about the Messiah, which the Jews largely believed in, particularly the first 4 books of the Old Testament, and they also believe in the Talmud, which is not biblical. It's separate than the Bible, similar to how the Quran has surahs. So you have a religion, right, the Old Testament, with prophecies of the Messiah to come. And basically what the Zionist Jews, and I think Jews largely according to the religion, and again, I'm not a hater, is saying is that Jesus isn't the Messiah, that from the Old Testament, that was a revolt. That was a fake. He was a false Messiah. So that's basically what the Jews believe, that Jesus Christ was a man. He was not the Son of God. He was not the Son of Man. He was not God in human form as the Messiah to be the final blood sacrifice required to absolve you of your sin. The Jews, historically in the Old Testament, the Jews had to routinely slaughter animals, and that would be their atonement for their sin. So blood sacrifice as atonement for sin is historical in just about every religion, major religion, or polytheistic religion, especially back in the day. Blood is huge. The Vikings, all these dudes, all these Romans, Aztecs. Blood was a big thing about shedding blood would give you back, what you had lost through sin. And so Jesus is that last blood sacrifice, but the Jews failed to acknowledge that, and that's why Jesus came, calling them the synagogue of Satan. So the Jews believing that they belong in Jerusalem is, according to their theological literature, to build the third temple where they will be able to, where their Messiah will come and preach. According to the Bible, that will be the Antichrist. According to the Talmud and their stuff, they believe that's going to be their Messiah, not Jesus, not the one that was prophesied a million times in the Old Testament. They believe that was just a mistake. No, the real Messiah is going to come here at this time. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on over there. Yeah, but then Kirk was on the side of Israel until the last week or two before he died, because then he started changing it up. Look at those videos when he went on the Patrick Bet David podcast. He completely changed his tone against Israel, and yeah, I think you'll see that's why they killed him. Once he started changing, then I started fucking liking him 10 times more, and then they shot him in the neck, and I was fucking crying, dude. That was sad as fuck. And Hurley, apparently those helicopters were carrying some classified energy weapons. Probably, the talk that I heard on the radio chatter is potentially sound-based devices that were able to discombobulate and cause serious internal injuries in their opponents. That's crazy. Or yeah, maybe microwaves. Yeah. I mean, dude, that's still crazy. Like Hurley, isn't that crazy to think about that? Let's say, according to the Second Amendment of the United States, the purpose for me to have a gun, the reason why I'm allowed to own a gun, and that's a right that cannot be infringed, maybe under a certain, whatever, uh, is because to fight against a tyrannical government. But it's the concept is to be able to match force. Like the stuff that the military has access to is absolute insanity. Like we're fucked. We're fucked. This would be like the Taliban trying to defeat the U.S. Army. It probably wouldn't be much different. A bunch of Americans in jeans and t-shirts instead of robes and turbans. Against the U.S. military with advanced weaponry and equipment like that, dude, we're fucking toast. The world is not going to get any better, and there is no revolt. There is no, there is no resistance. There isn't, that going on. Like the real truth is in the Bible. That's the resistance. Endure till the end. But if the government has space lasers, they can zap you and you have nowhere to hide. Exactly, Hurley. So what do? Do we vote for the satellites that can zap you from outer space to go away? Nope, that'll never happen. We can't even vote to get fucking men out of women's bathrooms. Do we fight a revolt? No, they'll kill us immediately with laser zaps from outer space. Do we sit and talk about it and do nothing? Probably. Or do we move off into the country and get some chickens? It's a good option. It's a good option. I think that buys you more time than being in a city. Like, look at New York City, man. That is crazy. New York City's hilarious to me. They got their new communist Muslim mayor, and of course, like there's all the stuff is falling apart. Like the first snowstorm comes along and like there's piles of trash, and then there's the snow mountains, and this guy can't running the city is like when you become mayor. There's a lot of people that are already doing their jobs right, and the city was functioning just fine. And it's pretty funny to me to watch this, just trash not working. Like, how do you fuck up trash? Like, you really have to be an idiot to fuck up trash. You have to be a fucking retard as the mayor of a city which already has tons and tons of decades worth of infrastructure and strategy on how to take care of the city, fucking it up. All and talking about there's some funny shit. Hold on, let me read some more comments. And just say how it is among the closest ones. Yeah, that's about all we can do. Make sure we don't feel alone. I think being alone is the goal. Like, making you feel alone is the goal of these guys. If they can make you feel alone, then you get angry, and then you get either crazy or apathetic, and you spend all your energy on one of two emotions that are not going to do much for you. They're not going to take you, to a better place in life. So honestly, I think the best bet is like, look, I'm a Christian hardcore. I just totally went the route of the Christian, and I would recommend any of you, if you want to just pick up the Bible, you can find it out for yourself. It's all there. Like, it's not, you don't have to go to church to all of a sudden like understand God. You can just read that. That's why he gave us the book, Bible, written by 40 so authors over a couple thousand years. A book written by so many people over thousands of years across 3 continents that agree is fucking insanity. I'm telling you guys, like, the answers are there. And so that's why I'm super chill these days. I could still get pissed off at some shit. There's still some things that grind my gears, obviously. But it's like, at the end of the day, based on my knowledge of the scripture, Jesus got this one in the bag. So that's why I don't really stress out anymore. I don't really live my life in a constant state of stress. Like during the COVID times, I was very stressed. I wasn't close to God, and I was very, very stressed out. I was fucking mad all the time. I was ready. I was very close to. There were days where I thought I was going to do something kind of crazy, and I felt like that's probably what they wanted from us. They were driving the sane people crazy, and that's like the worst thing. The worst feeling as a sane person is to be like, yo, the sky is blue. And then everyone is like, nah, it's fucking purple, brah. It's fucking purple, black. And you're like, nah, it's clearly blue, but even though you can sit with someone and say, this is a blue piece of paper, and if I hold it up to the sky, do those look the exact same to you? someone would say, yes, they look the exact same to me, and they're both blue, or the paper is blue, but the sky is purple. There are people that are that fucking dumb. There are people, think, you guys, how many of you still see people wearing fucking COVID masks? How many of you people still see people wearing fucking COVID masks while you're driving around and someone's alone in their car and they have a fucking COVID mask on? Like, that, we're dealing with some fucking dumb shit, and we have these people at the top of the ladder that are able to manipulate minds to an amazing degree, such to the extent that they have people, loved ones that we grew up and cared about, completely giving their trust and their faith to a government that clearly doesn't give a fuck about them, and they are willing to die for that government. People were willing to fucking, rat out neighbors over the fucking COVID shit. People were going to the beach and there would be 50 cops surrounded by one fucking chick trying to sunbathe. Fucking ridiculous, man. The humanity is fucked, you guys. You don't understand how bad it is. Like, the way, the trajectory of the world based on a chart is fucked. 30 years ago, we weren't fighting over freaking, men that look like men going in women's bathrooms, but putting on some lipstick and a pink wig and their hairy ass legs with a skirt. Like, that wasn't what we were arguing about 30 years ago. I mean, look, it's to me, we're like, so Moonbow, you're saying wear them when you got a cold and go shopping. Some cultures would consider that a courtesy. In China, in particular, there's certain areas where that's a thing. Look, first and most importantly, masks didn't do much. They were ineffective in the spread of COVID. All that science is out. But yeah, if you sneeze on someone, yeah, if you're at a grocery store and you sneeze in someone's mouth, you probably just transmitted some shit. But yeah, I think, if to you it's a courtesy thing because you're sick and you're sneezing and you're coughing and you're fucked, and you don't want to share that with others, which they're probably going to get anyway because you probably touched something that someone else is going to touch. Who knows, right? I just don't worry too much about getting sick personally. I mean, well, I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying, like, to me, I'm sick right now, right? I get sick all the time. My fucking son, he's a kid. He's going to play with mud and dirt, and he's gonna fucking scrape his leg, and he's gonna be dirty. And to him, like, sewer water is pure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kids, I pick him up from school, and he'll have like a broken, dirty spork in his pocket and 3 rocks. Like, it's a natural part of life, and some immune systems are better than others, So I don't really think about it too much. I also don't travel too much, so I don't need to worry about any of that. But I don't. The COVID mask thing specifically is what I was referring to. That's fucking dumb. If in this day and age, knowing what the truth has come out, yeah, I mean, look, it's okay. Like, there is such a thing. I'm not calling you a germaphobe, but there is such a thing as, like, taking every precaution. If you're sick and you really feel bad and you don't want anyone else to feel it, yeah, you know what? If I was very, very, very ill and I had a wife and a kid and we were all living at the same house and I was in bed, I would say, everyone just stay the fuck away from me. Just bring me a fucking pitcher of water and just don't come in this room until I say. Like, that's fine. Isolation is fine if it's really that bad. But for the most part, I think getting sick is probably good. It's probably better for your body to learn to fight things than not to. And man, hopefully by the time my son's a little bit older, I'll have one hell of an immune system. Kids, they really get you. No, I didn't. Hurley, have you seen the United States Space Force? Trump signed the legislation establishing. No, I haven't seen that, but I have, like, in the conspiracy theory world, which I've been obviously a part of for a long time. The Space Force stuff has been around since fucking 2010, 2009. Space Force. You're talking about. Look at the patches they would wear. The patches they would wear a lot of the time would have, special kind of code language and shit. Imagery. Yeah, the fact that it's signed on paper doesn't change much to me. This is something that I've seen and heard about for a very long time. But yeah, the world is a crazy place. The world is a crazy place. Best thing you can do is definitely, I think, continue always the pursuit of the mastery of yourself. Continue helping, aiding, if possible, the pursuit of the mastery of others to the best of your ability. And I think if we do stuff like that, then we're gonna have our disagreements in the meantime. But I think if everyone's in the pursuit of the mastery of themselves and helping others get there too, then I bet you there'd be a lot more people on the same level. And that's where we aren't right now. We got a very big split in the world. We got some people on one side of the fence and some people on the other. Like basically the pendulum swing. There really isn't a middle ground, and you're basically either an extreme rightist or you're an extreme leftist. Like you're kind of like one of two things, and nowadays they're both pretty extreme. Um, yeah, yeah, right, yeah. Well, yeah, Hurley, probably more. You're probably more thinking trillions from taxpayers, but yeah, yeah. This is one of the biggest fucking. It's just crazy to me how much there are, that taxes exist the way that they do. It's just crazy to me. Um, but we are not served by the money that we send our government, or that our government takes away from us. And I think that can be said about just about every single government. Okay, I don't think there's a government that is doing much for its people, considering its success. There was one called Libya, where they had universal. Hold on. I think I'm the only leftist around here. You might be Moonboat, and that's totally okay too. By the way, like I there was a point where I used to be quite angrier about people that didn't have the same opinion, but I've learned over time that it's like, look, if you really love somebody, then you have to live by example, and you have to be able to remain a friend. If I was to just start cutting people off like that, and if I believe I'm right about things, then I'm doing humanity a disservice. I'm putting my pride and my emotions above my service to humanity. And so according to my beliefs, even though you and I disagree, Moonbow, we're allowed to be fucking brothers. We're allowed to be friends. There's obviously some things I would trust some people for more than others, but we're allowed to be friends. I think that was a fact that's been forgotten. That there's a very very rough few years in the early in like what 2020 to like 23 or something like that. It was a very rough time, dude. Everyone got jostled. But coming out of that, like I think we need to be able to talk it out. I think we need to be able to talk everything out and identify. And that because that's how you really get to the bottom of shit. Like as a father, it's really important for me to identify the source of the issues. Um, like if my son is acting a certain way or whatever, if he's acting out in class, it's like, I gotta understand, are you bored because school is fucking boring? Do you like making people laugh, and that's what you're like, you need to figure out when to do it and when not to do it. So do you not like the teacher? Is that why you're being disrupted? Or whatever the case is, right? You gotta really start digging, and you can't just yell at a kid. They don't really understand why they're acting out and stuff like that. So it's like you got to talk it out, and you got to be like, hey, you know you did great on this, and then you didn't do great on this. What's going on there? I've seen you do great on this, and then you're able to figure it out. What, try to get some young kids sitting down in a classroom for an hour and in silence and take a test. Guess what? You're probably boring the motherfuck out of these kids, dude. Like, kids are active. Just send them outside and fucking put signs on everything and make sure they know how to read. Like when you're that young, you really don't need to do too much. Support, I think, is probably the most important thing to a kid. Education is important, but you can learn shit fast with good education. With a smart mind and good education, anyone can learn just about anything. It's probably 90% of something within a year. If the topic is Bitcoin, if you passionately study Bitcoin for 1 year, I bet you'll know 90% about Bitcoin by a 1 year pass. In 1 year, you can operate a node, learn how to operate a node, learn about night lightning, read a couple books about the history, you know. So yeah, I think it's important. We need to all kind of remember to step back um, on that level of anger and talk it out, you know. And this is the other thing. I don't think I'm ever gonna change you, Moonbow. I don't think in any argument that I say, whatever my best argument that I present to you regarding whatever, it may never land on you and you may never hear it. But we're, you know, that's so. There's also that something that goes into be careful, like what who you talk to and how. You know, am I gonna what would I rather sit with Moon Jay and smoke Moonbow and smoke a cigar and talk about, you know, the UFC fights or whatever common interest we have, or would I rather sit there and smoke a cigar and argue all the time? I'd rather sit and freaking chill, you know. So I think yeah, this world has taken a big turn, and I there's still some stars from the past, but I think we can learn a lot from them. Particularly, is the big part of it is not to judge others. There was judgment on both sides. I think Moonbow, I think you can agree with me on that. There was the in this particular case, there was the vaxxers versus the anti-vaxxers, right? And it was like the vaxxers were like, especially at the time, they were super like, um, just get the vaccine. You're not invited to my fucking house without it. You can't come to my wedding. You know, whatever the case was, right? The anti-vaxxers were very stern. In fact, I heard that more than once. In addition to, well, oh man, if people like you just got the vaccine, then this would all be over with. You know, um, that was a huge divide, man. People, it was crazy. Anyways, yeah. Um, we can still work together as humans and pursue the mastery of ourselves. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, we really need to lock to the things that we share, not so much the things that divide us. That's a big point. And but look, Moonbow, like this is why like I think that I agree with you, and you have to understand they're trying to divide us. I think these bigwigs are trying to divide us, and that's why I think it makes it even more difficult for us to stop and take that step and realize, like, hey, we don't have to be yelling at each other right now. We could be chilling and we can just talk, right? Um, it was kind of funny. I was uh, I was out traveling once in another country last year, and everyone I'm American, and people kept asking me, "Do you? Oh, so you like Trump? You support Trump?" Everyone was very political. It was really crazy. Everyone was very concerned about American politics. I'm like, well, I'm kind of not really a political dude. I'm more of a markets dude. I kind of see things a little differently. I don't really believe in politics. I think it's all a lie, anyways. But I definitely, at the time, especially, like, dude, yeah, it was Trump versus Biden or Harris, and there's absolutely no way she would have been a good president. And I don't. It would have just been. I think we would have been in World War III already. So obviously, I fucking voted Trump. Obviously, I think it's crazy to have considered anything else. But with all the factors at play, if you really understand all the factors at play. And so in this other country, people had kind of asked me, and I was like, yeah, I'm not political, but yeah, I am happy Trump won. And there was this one girl who was really like hated my guts all of a sudden right away because of that. And then she said something to me, and she was like being rude, and I was just like, hey, do you mind if we sit down and we talk for just a minute? I just want to hear you and just understand your position. And from that moment, she went from like an angry fucking bitch to like half a smile, and by the end of the conversation, I fucking had my arm around her and I was talking to her, and it was fucking just bam. It was like fucking nothing. I'm telling you, like, a lot of these people don't realize, like, your stance, whatever it may be, when you go fucking face to face with another human being, there's a lot of beauty behind that person that is ignored because of whatever label you put on them. And I think it's important as humans to get past that. Work a little harder, guys. Yeah, you know, I was we do need to look at the things we share. Everyone loves, like, dude, like, look at the Olympics. You know, it's like every time you see the Olympics, and I'm not really watching them anymore. I haven't watched it for a while, but I see clips, and I always like seeing when competitors give respect to one another. They hug, they handshake, and the thing is, you can have like two countries, like let's say you have a Muslim, a Jew, and a Christian that won first, second, and third place. Doesn't matter the order, but they're all standing up there, right? They were the three best in the world at this event. You're not going to see them being like "fuck you" and "fuck you" very much. You're probably going to see like the dudes fucking congratulating each other with respect. You know, the big stuff that's going on in the world that is completely and totally out of yours and my hands. We got to just not worry about that shit. Like, don't let it fucking take sleep off your life. You know what I mean? It's gotta, yeah, we gotta definitely lower our blood pressure. You know, we gotta chill. And when there is something worth fighting over, be sure to fucking win. You know, of course. I think I don't know. Did you guys get every bit of talk out of me? But yeah, Moon Bro, how long have I known you, man? Like, internet wise, we've known each other for, I'm thinking, 4 or 5 years. You know, no point in throwing something away like, uh over some disagreements. We can disagree and we can fucking just not even worry about it. Talk about other shit. I don't like walk up to my Muslim friends and be like, "Hey guys, you're fucking wrong. The Quran is a lie. It's basically like the Book of Mormon. It's a fucking false prophet." I don't go up and do that, you know. I go up and I fucking hang out, whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we're in 26 now. Damn, it's been years, man. So yeah, point is, like, it's crazy. Like, even this Bitcoin thing, Moonbo, look at this Bitcoin thing, dude. We got people that are ready to fucking cancel friendships over what side of the fucking bit fence you land on. You know, it's so sad to me, dude. Like it's sad for me to come back to this, to crypto and streaming and stuff, and only to find out that fucking these guys aren't talking, and these guys are pissed, and these guys are fucking doing that. That's crazy to me, man. We all hung out. We've all hung out. We've all done fun shit together. We've all gotten freaking, smoked cigars. We've all played chess. We all done all that cool shit, man. And it's just insane to me to come back to the fucking Bitcoin, like, to crypto in general. Obviously, I never really took my eye off the chart. We all know that, I'm never gonna not look at a chart, but I was not connected to the space at all. I was only like looking at price and maybe some fundamentals. I did not know that people in Bitcoin are so fucking mad at each other over the implementation of a protocol that they are not fucking speaking to one another. Crazy. Crazy. What? Crazy. The fuck happens when we go to Bitcoin events now? Gonna be a side for the fucking 110ers and a side for the. It's just crazy, dude. And like, if it's splitting the whole fucking community in half, that's what's even crazier, dude. That's what's crazier. It would have been one thing if it was three fucking dudes, three dudes that were fucking pissed or whatever, and were separating themselves. But no, it's like this whole thing, and now, like, yeah, and now I've, yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna talk to everyone, that I can, that still wants to talk to me at least. But it's like, yeah, obviously I kind of have a side. It looks like, right? And I'm probably going now. I'm gonna be on a team, and I don't want to be on a team. I want to be on the team of everyone. I really do. I fucking love everyone. Like, when you actually fucking hang out with all these people, everyone's fucking chill, dude. I don't think I've met too many people, streamers, anyone. I don't think I've met too many people that, like, in the crypto space at least, that weren't like pretty fucking cool to hang out with and smoke a cigar or go to a club with or whatever. Like, tons of great stories, man. Tons of great stories. All great people, and it's just crazy to me that, like, we've been like friends for so long, and you've been friends with these people now. Who knows? What was that? Yeah, it was Block TV, Moonbo. Block TV back in the day. That's old school. That ended in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. It ended toward the beginning of COVID because it was an Israeli company, and their COVID protocols were very strict. And since it was a media organization, it basically, like, they weren't allowed to put on broadcasts. It was crazy. Like, the whole studio was shut down. So Block TV basically crashed and burned in, I think, early 2020. I'm pretty sure that's when, yeah, it was early 2020, probably by March or so, maybe February. But yeah, that's when it was unfortunate. But yeah, Block TV got knocked off the book. There was some COVID did a lot to a lot of people. We know that, you know, company wise, small business owner, big business owner. There's some people that really got hurt by the business side of things. You know, not just the you know, other side. Yeah, and yeah, you know, funny Moonbo. I wish I could look back on like my old streams when Bitcoin was 10,000, dude. It's crazy to think about, huh? I was looking like on this channel, there was a stream that of like when Bitcoin was breaking above 30K or something, and I was really excited, and I was like, holy shit, man, we have fucking been through so much as crypto people, as traders, as enthusiasts, as you know, as tech innovators. We've been through so fucking much, dude. It's crazy to think about. We just, life just keeps ticking, and we just kind of get used to the new person that we are every second, while, you know, maybe slightly acknowledging the past. But it's crazy when you look at like an old YouTube, you know, all your old videos and shit, and you see, damn, this is what I was feeling in this moment in this day, and it's kind of a cool thing. And yeah, me and Tone became friends in I want to say me and Tone became friends. Funny enough, back in early January of 2018, I went to one of Tone's seminars in New York City, and this is, you know, I got into crypto like full time, let's say, in 2017, and you know, watching people like Tone Vays on YouTube and stuff. Like me and like my best friend at the time were like always watching Tone Vays YouTube channel, looking forward to the next stream, dude. Like so excited, dude. I remember when that fucking thrill of crypto was running through my veins, and you know, met Tone, and that was like one of the fucking greatest moments ever. You know, to just to be a pleb in the back, taking notes on Tone's, you know, stuff and his thoughts, and, you know, learning about TA from him, and then going to you know, take a picture with him. That was fucking awesome, you know. And then after that, it was I went to I paid for a ticket to a dinner with Saifuddin Ammous and Pierre Richard. There's a few other dudes, and, you know, like, dude, all these dudes, I'm telling you guys, this is crazy. That's why this shit is so crazy, dude. We all fucking, like, no one was rich back in the day, dude. Like, all the rich early Bitcoiners were fucking off somewhere else. It was like, you know, it was cool to hang out with Tone and Safe and fucking Pierre and then, you know, fucking Peter Todd and Jimmy Song and Giacomo and everyone, you know. And it's just crazy to me that this is where, like, it's crazy to me that these guys that we used to all be able to hang out under a roof and fucking nonstop laugh now is fucking changing. And yeah, like, yeah, so I met Tone back then, January, and then he didn't really, obviously he's not going to remember me. And then I met him again on Block TV. While I was on Block TV, I met yeah, dude. Okay, so Tone, and then I met him on Block TV, and I was like still a huge fan, you know. And he was like, yeah, I'm in New York City. I was like, oh shit, man, we should meet up. And then we met up at the bathhouse, and I'm not sure if you guys remember the bathhouse story, but that was kind of fun. But yeah, Ask Phase Basil Muslim. Hey Joe, the peak of your live streams and trades and Telegram group was between the COVID crash and the Bitcoin halving 2020 memory. I agree, ask Bays. Yo, 100%, dude. And I think, like, yeah, I fucking miss those days like crazy, dude. Like, if the chat was as active as it was back then, I would fucking stream from the moment I woke up to the fucking, other than the shit that I gotta do, I would fucking be streaming, dude. I fucking love seeing comments and talking with you guys. You know what I mean? Like, with everyone. We're right now, like, none of us know what each other's faces look like for the most part here, but we're having a fucking international conversation, you know? Like, this is fucking awesome, dude. And the cool thing is, we all have so much in common. You know, every single person here has so much in common, dude. You know, some of these guys, we could talk about the fights. You know, some of these guys, we could talk about video games. So I really love seeing everyone. It's like, I enjoy it. I like, remember what, like, I started slowing down streaming when the comments like started falling off. I was getting like shadow banned and stuff, and then, you know, it just kind of fell off. And I think I had some personal things. You know, remember I was going through the divorce. You know, Emily, it was a wild time. But I agree. The community, the Bitcoin Lounge. You remember that, Faisal? And I remember you. I remember saying, like, you're from, yeah, obvious. Like, I remember you, obviously. And it was all in, like, when I had my cigar lounge. That was, like, one of the coolest fucking times. And remember, fucking back then, the fucking cigars, everyone was COVID was going on. And so everyone was, like, scared of smoking. So the cigars were fucking mad cheap. Remember that stuff? Like, I remember how many fucking cigars I would smoke in a stream. I would smoke fucking 5 cigars sometimes. Yeah, Faisal, love streams, learned a lot from the live trades, salvage trades, killing it. Yeah, man. I actually kind of, like, I'm starting to get the itch to come to get back into trading. Now, I will start trading again very soon. Just give me a little bit of time, because if I am going to trade, I need to make sure that where I trade is a good place to trade. So if I'm going to be hosting trading competitions, because that's one of the first things we'll end up doing at some point, is if anyone wants to trade, remember, like, we've done this before where the minimum buy-in is like super cheap. It's like $10 or $20 or just real cheap. You know, and it's a private competition. So it's like, we can just have a fun little trading competition with $10 on the line and just fuck around and, like, meet up in Discord and hang out and trade. And, you know, the winner gets fucking street cred. And we did this a few times, was it the year before last? Yeah, it was the year before last. We had, like, trading competitions going every 2 weeks. Yeah. And yeah, watching from the Netherlands, still a mod. Nice. The trader. Okay. Dude, hey, Faisal, I'm trying to get that Telegram community back a little bit more active again. Now that I'm active, I'm trying to be active in everything. So if you have any ideas about that, please feel free to share. I definitely want to make sure I'm putting content out everywhere that people need. Let's see here. Yeah, so, and oh yeah, Hurley, you know about those comps. Hurley, dude, that's where me and Hurley actually became closer friends. Let's see here. Yeah, and yeah, TradeBot was insane, especially when it posted 20 liquidation logs and the way people in the room reacted to it. Yeah, TradeBot. Was that the token bot? Sound familiar? I think that was token bot. Yeah, man. Damn, I just got caught in a fucking memory. That was great. I was thinking about those good old days. I was just thinking about TokenBot. Shouldn't we have some cool AI shit for trading now? A little bit. I'm actually so I never really lost contact with exchanges, even if I was or wasn't trading. I was still like in the exchange community, you know, like because what happened a lot back in the day is a lot of you guys remember like a lot of people would get paid money to basically shill exchanges, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Getting your paycheck and if especially if it's a reputable exchange, I'm not disagreeing with that. But back in the day, before I really got any like real big traction yet, it was still pretty early, and the exchanges were like, hey, would you mind testing out our exchange? We'll put $1,000 in the account. You get to keep it, but trade it for a month. Like there was some sort of circumstance, right? And send us your thoughts. And so the funny thing was, I would trade and I would do all the stuff, and I would really criticize their exchange, and not necessarily bad, but I would say what I saw as I saw it. And the funny thing, like, and I would think, and I remember the first time I did this, I was like, well, looks like they're never talking to me again. And the funny thing was, they reached back out to me almost immediately, and they were like, holy shit, we've been like paying people to do this stuff, and everyone just says the exchange is great and it's working fine and it's beautiful. No one fucking tells us the real stuff, and I was like, holy shit, that was kind of funny. Yeah, it was called Token Bot, Faisal. So anyways, I got close, and because of my feedback, I kind of stayed in the exchange space a little bit. And so I've seen a lot of their back end, growth. And there is AI stuff. There 100% are exchanges that have AI tool integration. The problem is, I mean, it's like I've really tried hard to prompt AI to produce some good price calls, and I didn't get there. I couldn't. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get there. And I don't know everything about this stuff. So I mean, I'm just saying my efforts, which were good for me but probably bad for a more computer literate person or someone that specializes in AI prompting. But yeah, I haven't seen too much AI. Like, okay, if I have a disagreement or if I have a thought about a chart and I take a screenshot of the chart and I send it to ChatGPT and I tell ChatGPT, based on, this is what this means, this is what this means, based on these facts, what do you think the price will be like in 24 hours? What price level do you think we'll hit? I haven't found an AI tool that was consistently right. It's just, I don't think there is. You can't get something right based on technicals, because facts are always changing. The facts change in my eyes second to second. Sometimes that second to second is more important than others. Sometimes that change is bigger. But second to second, we're seeing the beginning of this wick, this attempt at the testing of the trend line that we're now supporting, second to second, every moment matters, because if we start to break down, then this is gonna be a top, and we're gonna spend another 3 to 7 days between 65 and 62. If we're able to break out of here and create 64.2 as a bottom candidate to build our way out of this crash, then probably in the next 3 to 7 days, we'll probably be at 68. It's the facts are changing them. That's we're one candle close away from everyone thinking one thing. You have to understand, as a trader, you have to put yourself in the shoes of others as well. I don't really know technical indicators because I want to use them. I know technical indicators because I want to know what other people are thinking. I want to know if, okay, this is probably the most useful useful AI thing that I ever did involving trading. I could say, AI, how many traders on average use an RSI 14, RSI 14 standard, and how many traders base their trades off of the RSI 14, and it could say 60% of charts have an RSI 14, or 80% of charts, or whatever. And I can say the same. What about the 10 and 20 moving out? What are the most used indicators? Give me the 5 most used indicators by traders across the globe for the past 50 years, or fucking whatever. And if I know that the RSI just capped out and we're overbought, 60% of people are leaning toward a sell right now. And all it takes is one person to start a sell for a sell to turn into a cascade. So that's more of the use for AI that I found was helpful. Um, I'm not nearly as interested in. I would be. It would be lovely if AI was just making my trades for me, 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100 per profitable trades. But I don't think we're there yet, and I honestly don't think we'll get there.
But the thing is, we are working on it.
We are working on it. That's actually what I'm working on here, as a matter of fact, with Fabian.
I think the only way to predict a market is to understand market makers and what they are doing. If we can accurately create a system that's able to filter out the noise of the market makers through things like this, whoops, let me go down here, like this, we can know that this is a static area and it's dust. There's nothing here, right? But then we can go here and we can see tons and tons of dynamic movement. Let me just move this up so we can see a little bit more. $5 aggregation. There's shifting going on, basically nonstop. Nonstop shifting going on. That's not all organic market. A lot of that is bots. It's Socrates. Everyone say hi. Well, he's on my phone. I'm just gonna tell him that you guys say hi. Just wait till I start streaming at the bowling alley. Fucking A. Yeah, so Faisal, that was token bot. Oh, what is something? Did I miss something? Oh yeah, Socrates. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him. Everyone says hi. Nice. The market makers will probably do something with the Iran issue. Fucking good point, Faisal. Good point. Good news pump back to 100K. Bad news maybe a little. Honestly, Faisal, I think the narrative is going to drive the call, the price move. It's funny, dude. It's actually really funny. You just popped in here, and we had some good fucking memories, and you're spot on. I think you're right. I think war is gonna have something to do with some of the next price action. Tariffs were the big thing for fucking months. Ridiculously powerful, the tariff talk. Way too powerful of a conversation. Of an issue to affect markets that badly, especially crypto markets. And that thing ran its course, you know, and then Epstein crash and what the fuck? Okay, I'm out of fucked up. No. Sorry guys, I'm just confused because this is new and I'm old. Uh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't think you said, I'll tell you this. I don't, oh shit, look at that. Greeny. Dude, Greeny, I'm gonna message you right now so you're at the top of my uh thing again. Because I didn't text you yesterday. Just sent you a text. Yeah, let's watch this. All right, let's put on some liquidations. I wonder if we're gonna be able to see some of this liquidation heating up. Oops, sorry. Bam. What's the highest leverage you can even use these days? Earlier long needs it. And hey guys, Tyler says a big howdy back to you. I just told Tyler everyone fucking misses him and seeing if he's down to come on and do a show sometime. Okay, yeah. Um, let's see, where are we? Shit, I was looking at my phone. Let's see. Hey, Greeny, do you have a position open? Damn, dude. I'm hoping to be on a call tonight with an exchange to figure out what we can do because I want to get back into trading. We need to get these fucking trading competitions back up. Nice, nice. Yeah, pretty soon, I guess we'll have another tab up on this screen with an exchange, and I'll be trading. But yeah, let me just figure out a couple things first. Okay, okay, okay. Sorry, back to comments. Here we are. Do we need a confirmation? I hope not. I hope we just fucking get out of here. I hope we can just get out of here. I really don't want to be in this zone. I like, obviously I'm Polish and all that, and as a bull, like you don't want to spend time in like dangerous areas. And to me, this is like dangerous. If this is like turning out to be a toppy looking area, then we're just gonna get fucking grinded through the dirt for fucking months. And I guess I'd rather be grinding at a much higher price point. If you know, I really think we should be presenting a more bullish opinion, I think, from the chart perspective. I'm sad that we didn't get our parabolic run. I think a lot of people are. I don't think it means that it's over, but I think it's still possible we can have anomalies. We had multiple anomalies this cycle alone. So yeah, let's see here. Last bear market, you had the Russia invasion right around this time 4 years ago. Then Luna and Celsius going down, which marked the bottom for many alts, but Bitcoin made its low 6 months after FTX crash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was some factors going on around. Yeah, there's I was funny you say that because I was thinking about this yesterday. That I don't know if people like remember how often I would talk about the different market cycles. Like right now, I believe we're in an inorganic market cycle. And I believe at other points in time we've been in inorganic market cycles too. And yesterday, as I said that, I was thinking about like past events and stuff. And it's funny you bring that up because like that's exactly like the play. We're in that same market. That's the same. We're just at a different price point, but we're in that same market. Like if that makes sense, we're wearing the same outfit. Like I don't know how best to put it. The way I see, there's different markets, behaviors, and I think those can be predictable too. Okay, okay. Yeah, so damn dude, Greeny. It's really stairs up and elevator down right now, dude. Dude, this is like the mentality is still so bearish. The general mentality is still so bearish. All right, let's go. Killed. Damn, that was fast. Nice. Oh, hopefully you're above break even. Usually, like if I took that trade, I would be betting on a 50% retrace before worrying about going lower. But this has been kind of weird. We're starting to stall a little bit. Is this the horizontal? Yeah, like, I think we've now made a convincing break out of the resistance area. Support, fallen, resistance. Maybe the line's a little lower right here or something. Let me just draw a ray and move it around a little bit. Oh, oops. Just get rid of that guy. All right. This is probably the fuck. Why can't I grab this blue line? Oh my goodness. Oh, maybe you can only draw it and you can't drag it. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. Wait, can I not click on this? All right, well, we put it there. I think higher makes a little bit more sense. Point of contact broken, point of contact broken for real. Point of contact broken, but recovered, broken, recovered. failing. I think this yellow line is a little bit more of the realistic. So we're like sitting right on the trend line. Am I not allowed to touch this blue stick anymore? I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I think we're standing right on top. I think this is the bounce actually. I hope you, oh shit. Oh, what the nutsack? Yo, what the fat finger dump just happened? 1 minute chart. I mean, for scalping, this thing hasn't been too bad. Maybe a couple positions got you stopped out. This is a pretty clear reversal candle. But generally good positions. Generally, keeping you in. Like this is looking pretty decent right now. I still got a lot of work to do, but it's looking decent right now. Why the fuck did we just crash? It was spread over 3 minutes, but why did it look so sudden? Hey, Greeny, you playing any video games these days? Where are the buyers? There's no liquidity. I'm telling you guys, like the only volume was at the bottom of the move, probably buy pressure against stacked sellers. Like that's to me just marking the signature of the manipulative nature of the market I've been expressing for a while now. There's a bit of a volume spike toward the end, but it doesn't take much. Look at this big candle. It's pretty mediocre in volume. I think orders were pulled. In the retail were the only orders left because they can't pull faster than the bots. And bam. Well, oh, nice. Strongly increasing pulls are coming back with a vengeance right now. Temporarily. Uh, Hurley, are you playing Unravel? Or are you talking about the price Unravel? The song on right now? Yeah, lo-fi version of a song by Tokyo Ghost. You like I mean I like just kind of putting on some lo-fi hip hop and chilling. It's good just chill background music. Damn, dude. Dude, check it out. There's a link below the video. To anyone that wants to look, check it out. There's a link below the video, and you can go on and check this out. This is new order book tech, Rainy. Crypto Commons. Uh, we got really interesting stuff. I don't know if you notice over here, but like, watch. I can like click on a segment of the order book, and we can watch the order flow in this particular aggregation. We can see that that area is like absorbing orders, pulling orders, refilling the order, added, stuff like that. We're now at 112% the strength that we were when I first clicked on it. We have a few more aggregations of you know insulation. It's very, very low liquidity here, though. Okay, okay. Can you check the order book on Solana? Oh, yeah, let's take a look. We're in aggregated right now. Where's the buyers? What the heck is happening here? All right, we got a little glitch going on. I don't know what the glitch is, but I need to get. Well, I guess we can't have $100 aggregations. this is flipping. Oh, okay, hold on. Why is this flipping so much? So since it's $78, we gotta have smaller aggregations. It's flipping between Bitcoin and Solana. Oh, there's an update. All right, well, now I understand what's happening at least. Fuck. All right, there's an update going on. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I thought for a second it was low liquidity too at first, but we're in an aggregated state over here. Let's just maybe let's try like one exchange. So yeah, this is Bitcoin's order book. It's trying to refresh. Oh, there we go. Oh, Fabian said he's working on something. Oh, Bitcoin's order book won't help us. All right, hold on. Let me try something like this. Kraken's cool. All right. Hey, well, we got something here. We got some stability. There's not much volume here. Holy shit. This is a boring asset to trade on Kraken. Oh wait, I'm in the 1 minute. That's why there's so many liquidity gaps. Still shouldn't be liquidity gaps like this on a 1 minute. But yeah. There's not too many orders being added to the book. Someone's selling. The wall is holding. It looks like there are a fuck ton of sellers up here. Yo, this dude, Hurley, this looks pretty nasty. A push up to 81.5. I mean, look at this is just one exchange. But look, hold on, what's going on? What? Oh, there's something. This order book is reversed. Okay, so 81.5. Okay, so the only reason why this looked dangerous was because I wasn't looking at these numbers yet. I was just looking at the stiff wall that appears to be here. But actually, this is the top of the sell side. So we got the top of the buy side, top of the sell side. A little glitch to be corrected. But 81.5. There's not much liquidity moving. Let's see what it looks like closer to the top of the book. 78 absorbing. I can do two. Let me try this. Oh, hold on. Wrong thing. Bid side, sell side. Nope, I want it to be opposite. Sell side on top, buy side on bottom. Okay, so book top of the book against top of the book. Well, this is actually what a organic market looks like. Interesting. All right. Are we still? We're still neutral. No significant activity. Yeah. Funny enough, this is actually quite a bit more nice. Not watching the book shift around all fake as fuck. I'd rather look at a inverted order book with organic behaviors than a bullshit fucked up market making manipulative market. Excuse me. It's a pretty fair fight at the top of the book. 28,719, 26,892. No one's really budging. It's just absorption. This is quite a bit nicer. Oh man, I like Solana. I'm cracking these. Let's try some of these other ones. Let's try Finance Futures. So inverted as well. Little fixes, you guys bear with us, of course. All right, why is the imbalance? Okay, hold on. Maybe there's a reason why this isn't showing up. Yeah, you know, it's probably because the condition is constant. Shit, I think I fucked my setting up. I'll figure it out. Right. But these, okay, so the liquidity is by the cent, to a hundredth of a cent, thousandth of a cent. Okay, that's why this is difficult to really move around. We need smaller aggregations probably to see more of what's going on. Like a dollar when you have thousands of a penny at in play is crazy. It might be nigh time to call it, guys. It might be nigh time. Getting close. I mean, I could keep this running and play some Arc Raiders too. It's always an option. I mean, there's this is a nicer looking chart on the 1 minute for Solana. There's not the same liquidity gap, kind of issue we had on the Kraken. But yeah, it seems like it's just not really active. I mean, you can see the trade history just here in the background. It's not really ticking. We got 5 seconds plus in between trades right now. Well, not right now. Of course, the second I say something. Yo, what's up, Paul? I just came here. Oh, DXY on weekly. Does it not seem to be at high frame for ready for a reversal? All right, Paul. I assume you're talking about TradingView. What was it, DXY? Figured out how to get my TradingView working, guys. Beautiful. DXY on the weekly. Can you check DXY on the weekly? Does it not seem to be at high time frame support? Ready for a reversal. High time frame support. Okay, give me like 5 minutes with this. Like, give me a 1 sec. I just want to really soak this in. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do something else after I look at this. Trying to to me, I like the chart to be a story. Right here, we know what happened here. Dollar strengthened into Y2K. Interesting. See, I like watching this ebb and flow of the story, I feel like does lighting help? Kind of sucks. Should I have light on or off? I haven't shaved in a while. Oof. Why not? Fucking it up, making it brighter. I spent all this time. Spent all this time trying not to make it brighter, and now it's brighter. Fuck, I did it again. No. There we go. We're back? Everyone, are we live? All right. All right. I'll just remain anonymous. I'll look like that. Unlocked character. Okay. So, all right, all right. February 2020. This was a rough time for everyone. Crypto too. Hold on, how do I, hey, what do you need me to do for the stream resolution, Hurley? Yo, Paul, yeah, dude, I took a long break, buddy, and I got one of my old channels got canceled, and all my Instagram is gone. I can't access Twitter. Fuck, man, I just kind of stopped worrying about socials for a very long time. So I fell off, but I got a lot of energy. I'm back. Life is crazy. You know how it goes, brother. I'm back, and I'm happy to be back. And thank you for the continued support. And honestly, thank you for the continued support. And yeah, I'm just so I'm gonna flip on my Switch here in a sec. I just wanted to see this thing. It's actually nice. This is actually kind of cool to look at things on such a big time scale. I really don't go up too high too often. But I don't understand this index exactly. What is this relative to though? All right, let me do my special magic trick. Uh-oh. That's not what you wanted to see. All right, get ready for the magic, buddy. Let's look at how this has been performing. Let's try a 6 hour real quick. So there was a lot of chop, a lot of break evens, basically. Weird. This is a good call. This was a good call. I mean, this is okay. The thing about MSR, my personal extra little bit of, yeah, I understand it's the strength of the dollar, but what unit of measurement are we talking about that we measure that unit of strength in? It can't just be 97.878. Fuck. It's gotta be something, right? The Swedish krona. Which is about, if I remember, about 10% of a dollar. Yeah, it's like the krona is like 10%. Okay, so I don't understand how the scoring works here. Is it out of whatever? We don't need to worry about it too much. We're more worried about the trajectory here, but that is amazing information. So units. So all right, we're at 97 units. Okay. And the scenario here, ready for reversal. So to gain, some sort of units of dominance or strength, units of strength. Really, Ben? Chop. I mean, you're in the money. This actually could start begin to change. Look, I'll be honest, Paul. I would be interested in watching how this pans out. I really like MSR. You can clearly see MSR is great. Whatever, like there's some trades that, some traders that are trying to catch the short from here and to close it here, right? And that's more of how I trade. You're not going to get that lucky all the time. In MSR, you might miss a few things, but the bear trend was right until it wasn't, of course. That's fine. You had a chance to make money. This one, you had a little bit of opportunity. So I'm liking the way that this thing, when it does give you a trend, it rolls right into it, and it can either last for a long time or it give you plenty of time to get out of your profitable position. Now that but I'm looking at these and we're talking about a lot of these trends are lasting. Let's just do a comparison here. Wow, 139 days. 77 days. 110 days. All right, so we're getting somewhere with that. All right. I like that consistency. We're in a range, some are a little smaller, a couple outliers. Here was a nice long one. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you gotta love MSR. This thing was real clean. And yeah, a little bit of an opportunity to get out of here. You notice how, I don't know if you're familiar with MSR, but supporting off this moving average is very good. And you can see as we were doing it, the sky was still pretty clear blue. Changed to a storm, we tightened up, and then reversed immediately. So that same thing can happen. We had the bearish response, the test of the moving average, and we're doing it again. So I can see this thing tightening up, flipping to a storm. We're probably about halfway through that process, or maybe a little less than halfway, obviously. Maybe we can kind of have this kind of ride, but it seems like it's tightening pretty quick. But yeah, once we get that bull trend, I'd be very interested to see how that pans out, because I do think this will flip. Like, the worst thing about MSR, by the way, is that you do not want to take a long if this thing says bear trend. It's very scary. It's very scary to bet against this thing. So I wouldn't take a long right now. I would wait for the flip. Even though there could be opportunity, moving average support, etc. I don't like it. I don't like entering a position based on MSR unless I'm very close to the signal entry. So I would bet what's going to happen is this thing's going to tighten up probably into the same time next week. Watch, we'll probably be looking at things, and this thing will be tightened up, and probably the week after is when maybe the storm will hit, and that would be your bearish entry or bullish entry or bullish entry. And we'll probably get a move up, and that move up could stimulate the wider picture to continue in an upward trajectory. I want to look at this again though. It's funny, I was just about to say this. Father once said this is sometimes almost like a counter indicator, on the daily specifically. Or maybe it was like a certain other large time frame. But I mean, you probably would have been fucked, pissed if you entered here, but then a few weeks later you'd be pretty happy. Well, we got a lot of price discovery here. Oh. What? Damn. Someone else jacking my trading view? One of you guys jacking my trading view? It's probably Fabian. It's probably Paul. We All right, so what I'm establishing right now are some like horizontals. I don't really this thing really has gone wild. This thing has gone wild, dude. This is I would bet largely a narrative driven market. Let's just get rid of this for now. So we have some outliers, we have some outliers. Now then we had the breakout, support, 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 support. I mean, it's not quite a bear trap or anything. I'm just like literally scanning everything that I could possibly think of right now. So this is, I haven't really looked at anything other than crypto for a while. It's just kind of fun to me. This is about halfway between the two. Make that red. Rejection, rejection, support, support, break, support, broken, chopped, support, rejected, broken, right, right. Big move, big move, back to big move, back to big move, back to bigger move, sweeping. Interesting. 22. 21. Crypto is dead by now. 22, 22, 22. October 22. What was going on October of 22? COVID, vaccines, winter, New York City, and blue moving. Maybe this is just, since this is the strength in units relative to other currencies, maybe this just gained effectively dominance against them because they were failing faster than we were. We were also at record high inflation, so the strength is misrepresented a bit there. Is anyone still here? Shit. Oh, fuck. All right. I'm gonna leave this running for a sec while I do some things. Yeah, what and was there your max is 720p. All right, I'm Hurley, just in case you're still here, Hurley, I'm gonna look into OBS pretty soon. I'm pretty sure that's a better way to stream. I'm gonna update all the shit. Your YouTube max is 720. What's mine? Yeah, mine is 720. Interesting. We gotta fucking change that. I'll fix that, Hurley. That's like top of my list. When we're looking at new tech, we need fucking the eyes to see it. Yeah, Paul, I think you mentioned you've been around for a while. I'm hoping that you stick around and let's really cover this aspect pretty soon.
Paul. So I see this as freedom. Trading is freedom. So hopefully will be long enough. Been nice to see you again, Joe. Going now. Is it super late here? God bless. Thank you. Thank you too, brother. Paul, always a pleasure. And I'm glad you were able to say what's up for a little bit. Let's pay attention to this. Please don't let me forget. I actually want to pay attention to that and see how MSR pans out. Much love and sleep well, brother. God bless you. May Jesus watch over you, brother.